And here we go. Welcome to Geelong for the second stop on the 2019 3x3 Pro Hustle Tour. 2 weeks ago, we were in Melbourne as Australia's top 3x3 ballers battled it out. But today, we are here on the beautiful Geelong waterfront, thanks to Visit Victoria, as they return to compete for Pro Hustle glory. I'm Liam Santamaria, alongside me 2010 NBL MVP Corey Homicide Williams and former Aussie tennis champ, passionate basketball supporter and all-round nice guy, Sam Groth. And boys, how about this incredible location?
Well, what a setup, isn't it? Unbelievable day down here on the Geelong waterfront. If you're in the area, get down here. It's all happening, something for everybody, but it's an amazing setup. Great to be back here for the second stop on this tour, and great to be here with you guys again.
I could not agree with you anymore. This place is happening. I wish I could play right now.
Well, the atmosphere is incredible around here. The fans have been flocking in. There's all kinds of activations, but there is also some serious hoops taking place. And here are the teams for this second quarterfinal in the men's.
Next up, we have your Peninsula Bobcats, led by Rob Linton, Greg Hyder, Lucas Barker, and Oscar Foreman.
So there you have it, Stateside Sports in the orange, Peninsula Bobcats in the black. And Corey, look at the talent in this quarterfinal matchup. NBL champions, NBL record holders, a guy headed to the NBA draft in a couple of months' time. This could legitimately have been the grand final, and we're copping it right now in the final 8.
I'm telling you right now, this is the championship right here. There's a whole lot of competition right now in this game. But in the other quarterfinals, it's serious as well. But we have yet to see this much talent going against each other this early in this 3x3 matchup.
Sam, there's the lineup for Stateside Sports, and you have to think revenge is on their mind.
Yeah, well, we saw them go down in the final, didn't we, in Melbourne 2 weeks ago, and we had them as the winners there, I think, all weekend or the whole day. We have them here again. They've actually lost a match earlier this weekend already to the team from Townsville. But you know, with that lineup, you've got to think, we said it last time, they're stacked and they've got to be the favourites.
Yeah, Tim Conrad, 10-year NBL veteran, Illawarra Hawks star, drove a dagger into their hearts to open the tournament and blew open the brackets. And as a result, we've got this quarterfinal matchup. And Corey, on the flip side, Peninsula Bobcats, Lucas Barker, Rob Linton, two guys who did some serious work at the Melbourne event, but they have brought in a couple of big dogs for this one.
And that's what they needed to do. They needed to level up. They read up and they did that. But this is going to be a huge test for both teams.
I think also how well this Peninsula team pushed Stateside Sports in Melbourne, and they were undermanned. They played with 3 men all day there. So they've obviously brought in a 4th guy, a little bit of a change of roster. They're dangerous.
As you mentioned, they went down in the semi-finals to Stateside in Melbourne. So revenge on both of these teams' minds. For Peninsula, it's about getting over this team that knocked them out in Melbourne. And for the Stateside Sports group of Jeremy Kendall, Peter Crawford, Lucas Walker, and Harry Froling, they're looking to take it out on everybody. Well, they've been doing it yesterday, they've been doing it again this morning, and it's about making a statement that we are the big dogs when it comes to 3x3 Pro Hustle.
Oh, 100%, but you've got to think that the other teams have a little bit of confidence knowing that they lost in that final in Melbourne and knowing they've already lost here. So you look at the lineup and think, yes, they're stacked. But then from a competitor's point of view, you look at it and go, well, this team's beatable. We've seen them lose twice, so we're a chance.
Now, if you're new to 3x3, obviously the half-court form of the game, it is fast, physical, and furious. 10-minute sprint or first to 21. Anything inside the arc is worth 1, outside's worth 2. Just a 12-second shot clock. Corey, you need to make a play and you need to make one quick.
Oh, you better do that. You better be able to do it, or else you're in trouble.
We are underway in this star-studded quarterfinal matchup. Rob Linton, recently signed up in the QBL. And there's Lucas Walker going to work and putting Stateside Sports on the board. These two teams, guys, are playing off for a chance to meet the #1 seed, Geelong, in the semi-final, who got over Canberra in their quarterfinal matchup just moments ago.
Well, if you need any more motivation, if you are Stateside Sports, that's what it is. You want to meet up against the team that took you out. No. Too easy. You got to play better defense than that.
That's Jeremy Kendall going to work, AKA Too Easy. He is just a perfect 3x3 player. Nice strong work from Rob Linton. But Corey, your boy Too Easy, Jeremy Kendall, Lucas Waxy Walker, and the scores are coming fast and furious right now as Stateside go up 3. Come back to Jeremy Kendall in a minute. Greg Hire, fresh off winning his 4th NBL championship, and there's your boy Corey going to work.
Too Easy, good screen. By the big fella having frolic.
Number 2, Greg Hire.
Yeah, just letting rip from long range. Not used to seeing that him in 5-on-5 format. But
well, it was their strength in Pro Hustle 1, wasn't it, though? Their outside shooting, the Peninsula Bobcats, is what kept them going all day against the bigger teams. I mean, their squad's quite small. I don't know what that was. But obviously adding a little bit of height now.
well, they've also thrown Oscar Foreman into the mix. He's just checked in, number 9 in the black. 511 NBL games. Needs no introduction. One of the NBL's greatest shooters of all time. And has been dipping his toes in the 3x3 waters, and there he is lining one up. Can't make it count. It's so good to see these big NBL names getting involved.
Oh, definitely. Let's watch Too Easy work. Oh.
Greg Hire's in lockdown mode.
Good defense.
Crawford, the veteran, the 2-point specialist.
Peninsula Bobcats deny Stateside Foreman. You can't let him get those off. So he's going to knock one of these down if you give him too many opportunities. And the same applies to Peter Crawford. Finds Harry Froling on the roll to the rim.
Nice pick and roll. Easy finish for the young fella that is going to America tomorrow to pursue his dream.
Sam, Stateside Sports have come out and made a bit of a statement in these first couple of minutes. Up 7-1.
They certainly have. Kicked themselves out, you said, a 6-point lead there, and Peninsula Bobcats just letting rip from long range, and they're not exactly going down. And if Stateside Sports keep pushing the ring like that, they're going to be in big trouble here very quickly.
When you look at it, as good as Peninsula Bobcats have been, they're all shooters. These are guys that are not used to creating, putting the ball on the deck. So you really got to do defensively is cover the 3.
Well, that was a bit more like it from not defensively. They completely lost Too Easy, Jeremy Kendall. But nice to see Greg Hire playing a little bully ball. This is what he's about. Get it in down low and muscle up. Can't make it count off the glass. They're starting to get, this is long, you know, the clock is stopping now. Didn't stop in Melbourne. So there's time up their sleeve to work their way back if they take care of the little things, which they didn't do there.
One thing Stateside Sports is doing well is taking advantage of the mismatch and pounding it in the paint when they find fit. Finish by Hire. Too
What
easy.
makes Jeremy Kendall so good, especially in this format where he's so physical. You can ride the contact as you try to body up and keep his dribble alive. His footwork, his absolute twinkle toes out there, and he's just such a tough cover.
And on top of it, he could shoot, so you have to defend him.
Greg Hire finally knocks one down from 2-point territory as Lucas Walker loses the handle. Beautiful eastern beach in the background, boys. The sun's, better say, beating down on us right now. But what a day for it. Incredible.
Sammy Groff, our viewers can't see it, but Sammy has his towel sitting next to it.
It's like he's on Rod Laver Arena, and between points, Just getting a little white.
Tight, boys.
It is warm. As things are starting to heat up a little in this quarterfinal matchup.
Two of the most physical players in this competition defending each other.
It's a good take from Rob Linton. Just couldn't finish at the hoop. As I said, just signed with the North Gold Coast Seahawks in the QBL, and he's really going to help them.
Yeah, he is. Rob Linton, real strong, puts the ball on the deck. As we hear a little bit of extra assistance from the crowd. But yeah, he can shoot the ball, he can put the ball on the deck. He's an asset to any team in the QBL.
Jeremy Kendall Light. Nice.
I'm just saying he can shoot. I ain't saying yeah, he can shoot the ball. He can put the ball on the deck too. He's a tough cover. And when it's 3-on-3 and you put two shooters on the left and the right of him, the floor is spread.
Well, they've got 3 shooters out there right now. Oscar Foreman obviously hasn't quite been able to find his rhythm thus far. Lost Harry Froling. Great touch. Back cut. NBA draft entrant.
Bit of panic in that pass there. There's still plenty of time. Almost 6 minutes on the clock, and they're still only that 6 points down. Just an unnecessary pass there. Just got to settle things a little bit. They've been a little bit rushed, the Peninsula Bobcats here. And
see, that's not going to get it done. Ray needs to get into the paint.
That's what they've scored. They've taken those shots from outside, but they've actually scored all their points in under the basket.
He's a handful down there, Greg Hire. When he goes down low, he's Peter Crawford for Stateside. Kendall, look at the nice little action they're running off the ball, and that's wet, Kendall.
Too easy. That's why his name is that, because it's too easy. You don't think he remembers how he performed against Geelong?
They look like they're on a mission. We thought this might really be a test for Stateside, but coming out and making an absolute statement. Here's Crawford in the corner. Wow.
That's how you make a statement.
15-6. This might be over before we know it. Remember, first to 21 or 10 minutes. Linton gets to the rim again, scores. Crawford in the corner. They need some stops, the Bobcats.
That's a bad matchup for the Bobcats, rolling underneath against.
Well, they got out of jail, the Bobcats, and just doing enough to stay alive. Leading to the rim again. Oh, Crawford, good hands. Oh, and they've caught a foul.
We didn't see a lot of those called in Pro Hustle 1, did we? It was very, play through the contact. Seen a couple here early, maybe a little bit quicker on the whistle here in Geelong.
You think they're
possibly
in clean-up mode?
I don't know.
They're trying to clean it up a little.
I liked how physical it was in Melbourne, and I'm hoping to see a bit more of that. But seeing 2 here early in this first game, or in this first quarterfinal that have been called, that I don't think would have been called in Melbourne.
No, I don't think that definitely wasn't called in Melbourne. I think that's what the 2 referees are discussing right now. She's probably like, listen, this is Pro Hustle. We don't call those. He's new.
Street ball.
This is street ball. We do not call that.
Remember, this is the second stop on the Pro Hustle Tour. As I said, Pro Hustle 1 was in Melbourne. The Geelong Supercats in the men took it out, and Spectres Athletic, the #1 seeds, they got the job done in the women. We're here in Geelong. This is the 3rd and final day of this event, single elimination finals. And stop number 3 in a couple of weeks' time, 27th and 28th of April in Darwin. Really looking forward to getting to the top end.
And we must say, this is definitely an upgrade from Pro Stop 1. This is
in terms
beautiful.
of the setup, the location, but also the talent, right?
Everything. The talent has definitely stepped up, but this location is incredible.
It is.
The palm trees, the boats,
stepped up
the
as
water.
well, huh?
Yeah. Good job.
And Geelong really getting around it too. We've got the people in here, and this crowd will continue to build throughout the afternoon and the day, but also right across the whole setup here, the outdoor courts, all the activities. It is a really great atmosphere. Here's Walker from straight away. No good. Bobcats down by 7, 4 minutes 20, and Barker can't quite narrow that margin. Higher with the steal. And good strong take from Barker underneath in the tall timber, and a steal. The Bobcats making a little run here.
And this is why too easy is extremely important to this team. He's the sound decision maker with the ball. Jeremy Kendall, he needs to sub back in.
Off the glass, Peter Crawford. Just when the Peninsula Bobcats were making something of this ball game, the veteran sticks one in off the glass. And there's good hustle from Greg Hire, but it's out of bounds. And boy, he landed in the stands, and he's having a little cuddle in the front row. The 4-time NBL champ. Recently retired from NBL, but loving the 3x3.
Yeah, he fits perfectly with this style of play. That's a good move by the big fella. That's why he's so tough. Because he can shoot the ball as well as put the ball on the deck and finish.
Stateside are just 3 points away from closing this one out and advancing to the semi-finals, where they will match up with the defending champs, the Geelong Supercats.
Gotta put a hand up.
Find it in this one. And if you can't find your rhythm, Corey, you'll be out before you know it.
That's the difference. You know, Foreman is used to 5-on-5, 4 quarters. Maybe the first half you're not going right. You're not going well. You have a whole nother half to get it done. Not in this game.
Stroke. That doesn't happen here.
You got to find your shot.
And it's also, you know, you get to this final element of the bracket, Sam, and it's a bit like Grand Slam Open tennis, right? It's one and done. You don't show up for that semi-final, quarterfinal matchup, it's not over.
Could be done here.
There it is. Lucas Waxy Walker sticks the fadeaway. Stateside Sports knocking out Peninsula Bobcats 21-11. They got the job done in less than 8 minutes of playing time. And Jeremy Kendall, Peter Crawford, Lucas Walker, Harry Froling, men on a mission here in Geelong. They advance.
It was a statement, wasn't it? Stateside Sports. Now the knockout times here are into the latter part of this, well, the day's play, and they're going to be through to the semi-finals again, but that was a statement from Stateside Sports.
And that's all she wrote for the Peninsula Bobcats in the men. Lucas Barker, Rob Lint, and Greg Hire, Oscar Foreman. Their 3x3 Pro Hustle 2 tournament is over. And the Stateside Sports advance. Here are the match highlights brought to you by Swinburne University. And Sam, it was a solid dose of just elite 3x3 play from Stateside Sports.
Well, it certainly was, and it was Jeremy Kendall early, able to take the ball to the ring. He was just able to exploit that matchup against Lucas Barker. Few too many wild shots as well from the Peninsula Bobcats. They couldn't get anything to go down early in that one. It was a lead they just couldn't reel in. Stateside Sports, as we said, they made a statement and they're here. They're wanting revenge. And on that performance, I tell you what, they're looking pretty good.
It was a fair shock when they went down in the final in Melbourne. As we know, there's a whole bunch of cash on the line, a $150,000 total cash pool over the course of the tour, and they weren't able to grab it in the first event in Melbourne, going down to Geelong, and it was, I mean, it shocked them, it shocked the winners, Geelong. They were, you know, the talent that's on that Stateside Sports lineup, and it shocked us. And they, you know, you're just chatting to them and watching them out on the floor, you can see that they've just got a different mindset. They know now just rolling up isn't going to get it done. No,
and just having the big names in your team is not going to get it done. You still need to perform when you get out here. And we've seen them rack up 21 points there in, you know, less than 8 minutes and 7 and a bit minutes. But that was their problem against Geelong in the final in Melbourne. So they're going to have to turn that around. They couldn't score against Geelong. Geelong did such a good job of stopping them. Look at this, the Geelong waterfront.
They really did, and there you get a look at the beautiful setup here on Eastern Beach at the Geelong waterfront. Thanks to Visit Victoria, what a great place to be. It's a part of Geelong, Sam, I'm not afraid to admit I wasn't on top of,
No.
but I am now.
I've been down here to Cardinia Park and watched the footy a few times, but making a trip down here, I was so surprised. What a setup, and what an unbelievable day we've ended up with as well.
Yep. It's a real secret that needs to be unveiled. What a terrific spot and a great setup. Now, to bring you up to date with where things are at in terms of the bracket, as we said, Geelong and Stateside Sports will now meet in the semi-finals.
So a rematch of Pro Hustle 1.
Slightly different lineup for Geelong.
Certainly
Missing a
is.
couple of guys that they had in their championship win down in Melbourne, but in the other part of the draw, we've got PCYC Queensland up against Spectres Athletic in the next quarterfinal. We'll see that soon in a few minutes' time. And in quarterfinal, sorry, that's quarterfinal. In quarterfinal number 4, Sydney Warriors, led by the big unit, Cooper Wilkes, who took it right up to Harry Froling in Melbourne, against Townsville Reading Cinemas, led by Illawarra Hawks star Tim Conrad, a group that played recently last weekend in the Philippines and they're undefeated here so far. They have looked really, really good. Tim Conrad in particular.
Yeah, well, they went away, didn't they, in that off week between these two events here in Australia, and went up to the Philippines, I think you said, and wanted to get things sorted. And obviously they've gone away and done some work, and they've done something right, because to come out and beat that Stateside Sports team that we've just seen earlier in the weekend, you know, they've gone away, and I think they were disappointing in Pro Hustle 1, and I'm sure they were disappointed with their performance as well, but obviously they're back and firing now.
Now, our man Corey Homicide Williams is out and about and soaking in the atmosphere, getting among. He's a man of the people, Corey, and we're going to throw to him right now.
Hey, I'm out here by the show court, and I bumped into these 3 short gentlemen. We're going to talk about how your day's going.
Good, man. Yeah, it's good. It's good basketball. Yeah, it's a good little setup here. Nice little on the water in Geelong. It's cool, man. Yeah, enjoying it.
How about you?
Yeah, no, it's been good. Good to see high-level basketball play, both inside and outside. Great setup down here in Geelong.
And how good is the atmosphere out here, man?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, you know. All the people come out to watch on the beautiful waterfront.
So you guys interested in looking at the other semi-final games inside the tent?
Yeah, it should be good. We'll be here all day, so yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, cool. We got the food trucks. We got some live music. A couple of your mates and family members are around. Enjoy the day, fellas.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
All right, peace. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Corey. And some real talent is amongst there. Young Sam Froling on the far right. Enthralled to see who he signs with in NBL free agency right now. There are a bunch of teams after his signature. Younger brother of Harry, Australian junior representative coming back from college. Look at the Geelong waterfront. Here's Eastern Beach. And what a beautiful place to be on a Sunday afternoon. Now, we were mentioning the bracket there for the men. Later this afternoon, we have the top 4 seeds have all made their way through to the semi-final action in the women's. Spectres Athletic up against the Melbourne Boomers. Spectres Athletic, as we know, defending their title from Pro Hustle 1 in Melbourne. And the Peninsula Bobcats, led by Arnelly Maley, Carly Smith. They've got a real squad together for this one, up against the Geelong Supercats. So nice to see all the big teams have taken care of business in the women so far.
Well, as you've said, Liam, with so much to play for, all the prize money, the ability to qualify to represent your nation, all the top players are here wanting to get through, all the players who are putting their hand up. And the fact that the top 4 teams have come through and the best players, we're going to have some unbelievable action this afternoon.
Well, in the meantime, we are getting ready for a bit of a dunk-off. A dunk comp here, the 3x3 Pro Hustle 2 dunk comp.
Right. So we're going to let these guys
We
warm
will
up.
bring you
Basically,
the
what's
names
gonna
of these
happen, folks,
dunkers
is we will have
momentarily.
2
I know
rounds.
one of them out there,
Okay,
Josh
each
Sykes,
dunker will get
in the
60 seconds.
black and the blue, playing for Eltham in the NBL 1. He can really throw down. But before we do, here are the rules. So there's obviously 3 contestants, 2 rounds. Dunkers have 60 seconds or 3 attempts per round to complete a dunk, all right? So an attempt obviously means the dunker had the intention to dunk, touch the rim or any of that kind of action. So 60 seconds or 3 attempts to get his dunk done. The first successful dunk is considered a valid one. A dunk is, so on and so forth. Now the dunks are marked somewhere between 0 to 10, and we have a bit of a judging crew put together. I think we've got Big Joe, NBL personality, who has spent time with a whole bunch of clubs. Harry Froling strolls by. Ooh, okay. All right, some warm up. Here's John Mike's warming up. We've got Big Joe. We've got our colleague, multi-sport star Montana Farris-Seaton. They look like the 2 judges. Big Joe. Anyone who's been around the NBL knows Big Joe from the Brisbane Bullets, Gold Coast Blaze. Good hands there, Sam. And
that was better than anything I produced when I was putting up some shots earlier, I tell you.
In the skillless challenge?
Skillless challenge is exactly right.
Yeah, and most recently Big Joe, the Adelaide 36. He's a free agent now in the NBL game at the moment, and he's going to come out and judge these dunks and crew. We look like we've got some boys with some springs in this one.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be surprised with this. They put on a little bit of practice run yesterday. These guys have some serious bounce, especially number 2.
Is that Brody Stevens?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Wow, because
he is a rocket. The Townsville Rocket.
He doesn't look like a dunk comp winner. Do you know what I mean? Like,
doesn't even look like a ball player. And he'll jump over you.
Ooh, okay. That was effortless rise in the warm-up. What about our guy Josh Sykes here from Eltham?
Josh Sykes is the real deal. His bounce is ridiculous.
And the other one there in the green is Kyuho Lee. Kyuho Lee in the green. So Lee, Stevens, Sykes to dunk it off. Sam, you've had a couple of minutes to check him out in the warm-up. Where's your money?
Sykes is producing some stuff in the warm-up. If this is anything to go by, I mean, we've got some serious fireworks coming. But look, oh, maybe not.
Is this being regulation?
Yes, it's regulation. These guys
they
bounce.
I couldn't do this on one of those kids' rings.
Wow. This would be fun, as long as they make them. That's the key to any dunk comp. You gotta actually throw it down. And to impress the judges, most of all, you gotta throw it down first attempt. Get 3 or 4 attempts and we know what you're doing. There's no surprise factor. And it impacts on your numbers. We will see what they are made of. Boy, Sam Froling out there, you had a little chat to him. Did he give you the inside word on where he's signing in the NBL?
Well, I'll tell you this. I didn't ask, and if he did, I wouldn't say right now.
You save it for NBL overtime.
Save it for overtime.
I like it. He is hot property.
He has a little bit of a
market right now.
Hot.
Well, safe dunk there from Sykes after the 2 others weren't able to throw down. A couple of 9s, I think.
Are we underway?
I think so.
Wow, that snuck up.
Okay, my bad. I saw some scores going. The judges were practicing over there, throwing some scores up.
You don't need to practice.
Someone tell Montana that you don't have to practice judging.
So did you get to see all 3 of these guys last night, Corey?
Yes, I did.
Just a little taste of it, was it?
A little taste, and I'm ready to eat today.
Tell us a little bit about Kyuho Lee. What did he show last night?
Kyuho Lee is a power dunker with a lot of hops. As you can see, he's going to put it down with authority. He's a high flyer.
His game time actually has been the most impressive of the 3 in the warm-ups.
It needs to be. He's about a foot shorter.
But
maybe Stevens is just holding. Has he got a couple of tricks up his sleeve?
listen, the Townsville Rocket. That's all I'm gonna say about him.
It's from your old neck of the woods.
Shout out to Townsville.
There's a fair Townsville contingent at the 3x3 here today. There's the Froling brothers, and Peter Crawford, my man. Corey Homicide Williams.
He's a man of the people. He cannot walk anywhere without people wanting to stop him.
Here's Q-Ho Lee with his first attempt.
Got to get the people what they want, man. I think I could, if I was Australian, I'd run. I'd run for Senate.
Well,
you have a Senate here?
You can do that.
Have a senator here?
It's not like the US. You don't have to be a
For real?
born citizen.
Oh,
You
please
can run.
don't. Please don't tell the man.
I'm like, for real?
It's in everyone's interest that Corey thinks that he is
has to
no
be
show. Okay. Now hold on, Q-Ho Lee's mixing it up. He went for something different with his first attempt, and here he's got his opponent holding the rock for him.
He's trying to take him out.
He's going to jump over Brody Stevens. Q-Ho Lee opens proceedings with a thunderstorm, jumping over his competition. That's disrespectful.
That is disrespectful. Unless you can do it over two people.
Should Stevens have said no?
Stevens has got a bit of a headache now. One from the 3 9s that he just got, but two, I think he might have clipped him on the way through a little bit.
So 9s all round for Q-Ho Lee with his opening dunk. Great sportsmanship. Dunkers looking out for dunkers. Wow, Corey just showing me a photo of Brody Stevens' work from last night. His chin is above the rim.
Where's the trampoline?
Now here goes Josh. Josh Sykes has just brought out the advertising board. Corey, he's about to jump over the 3x3 hustle board.
That's how you get into brand ambassador role.
Oh! A little between the legs action. That's his first attempt. Obviously 60 seconds of time to use. Here he goes again. Oh my goodness. Roll it down.
2 misses, so he needs to score on this attempt.
He's got 35 seconds.
I think he got it. I think he got this one.
Just make a little adjustment. He wants to bring the board a little closer. Now he's got himself lined up. Needs this one. Up for what Q-Ho Lee threw down. The bar has been set high. Oh, hold up. He was hanging around up there.
Did the Vince Carter. Put his elbow in the rim.
Way to tear your pec. Wow, he's got a 10, 9, and 9. So a 28, and Josh Sykes takes the lead.
So we have got the favour being repaid here, though. Look at this.
Here's the replay on Sykes, comes rising over. He knocked the board over with his feet. Pretty generous judging there from mine, Corey. Knocked the board over with his feet. And they gave him 10, 9, and 9.
That dunk is extremely difficult to do.
Okay.
He dunked it with his elbow.
I feel like they've come a little strong on the scoring from the get-go.
They have. They've gone early. But at the same time, I can't touch the ring, let alone get my elbow up. So.
Uh-oh, hold on. So he's going to step it up a level here, Brody Stevens.
I'm telling you, man, this is the Townsville Rocket.
Hold up, he's not standing on a chair.
Oh my God.
Q-Ho Lee is standing on a chair, and the Brody, he's going to rise up over the top.
The Townsville Rocket.
Wow! Good Lord! What a way to start. 10s all round. No hesitation from the judges as Brody Stevens blows up the first round.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Yo, the dunk contest is over. It's over.
Wow. Josh Sykes just shook his head. He heard you say it's over.
It's
he
over.
Said, nah, it's not.
Oh my goodness.
But if that's the appetizer from Brody Stevens, I can't wait for the main course.
Yeah, I told you. I told you.
Wow. Here's Q-Ho. Lee's second dunk. Oh, no.
He needs to come up with something special, doesn't he?
Incredible view of that last one from Stevens. As Brody went right over the top. Oh, I feel like it's unraveling here for Q-Ho Lee.
After that dunk.
I think it's time for him to put the Q in the rack.
What's the Brody Stevens story? Do we know?
We don't know.
Here comes Q-Ho Lee's last attempt at round 2 and he missed it. So he's gonna get zeros across the board. That's that for Q-Ho Lee. Remember, it is only a 2-round dunk comp. So Josh Sykes, if he does not score here, he needs to actually make sure he completes the dunk, because if he doesn't score here, it's all over. Brody will get the win. So a lot of pressure on Josh Sykes. Eltham Wildcats NBL 1. I went down to Nunawading and watched him play the other night. Actually, they got smacked by the Spectres, but he had a nice tip jam late in that one.
He's just psyching himself up here.
Boy, he needs something good. What does he have? You saw some of his trick bag last night.
I mean, look at what we just...
Don't tell me it doesn't matter. Don't tell me it doesn't matter. Here we go. Sykes! Oh, he lost the handle. His first attempt. 2 more to come. Sykes to keep this thing alive. We wait to see what Brody has in store for us next. Is Sykes going from the free throw line? Not quite. Oh! Okay, a couple of feet inside, but it was large. Nonetheless. From Sykes, 10, 10, and 9. I like that young fella. Just keeping it 100 over there in the judging. That was not a 10 dunk.
From the free throw line, it's a 10 dunk. I mean, this is me who can't jump 3 feet over a bucket at the moment.
But from a couple of feet inside, that's not 10. The rise was nice.
It was a very good dunk. Let's not. But if you compare the 3 10s from the first round, what are we getting here?
Do you know what they're doing though? They're keeping lifting the bar for the Brody. They're just lifting the bar for the Brody. In fact, he needs a 30. No, he's on. So he needs 28 to win. 27 to tie. Here's Stevens. Ooh. 2 more attempts to come. 28 to win. 9s across the board will get him 27. And that'll tie it up. We'll go to an extra dunk. You got 10s from all 3 judges in the opening round. Corey.
I tell you what, he was up there though.
It looked over after dunk 1, but with no successful dunk here, this comp goes to Josh Sykes. A lot of pressure now on the Brody. Needs this. And he got it. I'm not sure he had enough force. To get 9s, do we go to an extra round? Oh no, Montanda's giving him it. 8s across the board. It's 8s, and that will not get it done. Josh Sykes is your Pro Hustle 2 champion, and Corey is not happy about it.
This, he gave us his best dunk
too
early.
Too early, didn't he?
Yep.
Just a safe dunk to get something on the board.
There wasn't enough force in the finish there from Stevens, and the judges weren't impressed. And Josh Sykes wins it. as I said, out of Eltham in the NBL 1, has been putting on a bit of a dunking display in the first couple of rounds of that competition, and he'll take it.
Yep, you got to give credit when credit's due. He had the better dunk, but the best dunker in Australia.
Oh, hold up. Jeez, Brody Stevens just whacked his head on the rim.
Post-comp, he's gone up and he's hit his head
He's got
on
a
the
bloody face because he hit his head on the rim, Sam.
I mean, I've never... I think it was just a little bit of a show-off on the way out, and he's walking away bloodied from this competition.
Oh, he looked okay. He's smiling about it. Looks like he's done it before, just quietly with how chilled he was. The judges should have gone 9s and taken that thing to overtime.
Would have liked to see an extra dunk, wouldn't we? I think he had something else in the tank. It was a bit of a safe dunk to get something on the board. The last one of the competition, but full credit to Sykes. He produced on his last dunk and he walks away with the win.
Well, Liam Santamaria here with you, along with Sam Groth. Our man Corey Homicide Williams has gone walkabout, so
he's missing the people. He needs to get his fix of socialising.
He does. He's gone out to chat to a couple of people. We've also got Montana Farris-Eaton on board. And she was in the judges' chair before, but she will be on the commentator's desk before too long as we get ready here at Geelong for the third quarterfinal in the men's competition. We've seen the Geelong Supercats beat Canberra KJR to advance to the semis, and I'll take on Stateside Sports in the Final Four, who beat the Peninsula Bobcats in the quarterfinal. Greg Hire and Oscar Foreman and their crew, they're out. So we are getting ourselves set for quarterfinal number 3. PCYC Queensland will take on Spectres Athletic, the number 3 seed. So it's the number 13 seed up against the number 3 seed. And Sam, interesting story about PCYC Queensland. This is a team being managed and brought to the hustle by former NBL champion Melbourne Tigers and Townsville Crocs star Daniel Egan, who's doing some good work up there in Queensland, and he's got the 2 PCYC teams down in this competition. And the women, they've been knocked out. They lost to the Peninsula Bobcats in the quarterfinal in the women, but this men's team, led by 9-year NBL veteran Tyson Demos, have made a little bit of noise so far with wins over Sydney and the Darwin Mad Ballers.
Well, they certainly have. The 13th seed, as you mentioned, making it to the quarterfinals. They've already bettered their seeding, and they're going to need a big upset, though, against Spectres Athletic, because they've got some unbelievable 3x3 players in their team. And if they're to progress any further today, it's going to be a huge upset. But, I mean, full credit to them. They've had a great weekend.
Montana, welcome to you. Multi-sport star Montana Farris-Eaton has moved across from the judging chair onto the commentator's desk. And Montana, we thought you were a little harsh here. We would have liked to have seen 9s across the board at the end, send that thing to OT.
Hey, you've got to put it out on the floor to get a 10 from me. So, yeah, Brody came out with a nice dunk later on.
Do you think you went a little bit early with your 10s in the competition? Obviously, Brody had an unbelievable dunk for 3 10s. But he had to score pretty big.
That was an easy.
I mean, that was an easy 10
That was an
there.
easy 10.
Easy 10 there. Josh, if he had to come through a little bit more, would have got a 10 instead of a 9 on that second
We
one.
felt maybe a little strong on that last Sykes dunk too. Did you keep an eye on the foot? That wasn't quite the free throw line.
Not quite, just came in that little bit closer. So, I don't know. They all did very well.
Good fun as always over there with Big Joe.
Good fun,
No
good
doubt.
fun. Haven't seen him in a while, so nice to catch up.
And we are getting ourselves prepped now for this third quarterfinal. And we mentioned Spectres Athletic, the number 3 seed. This team is actually the 28th ranked 3x3 team in the world.
That's crazy. Think about how many players in the world playing normal 5-on-5 and 3-on-3. To have, you know, some local talent here in that 28th, you know, top 30 is amazing.
And they have 2 of the top 3 ranked players in Australia in this squad. Andrew Steele and Tom Wright, both FIBA 3x3 Asia Cup gold medalists last year on that team with
That's
Owen
a good
Onoji
time.
and Tom Garlop, as well as John Cook and Kostas Chronopoulos. 2
Next
guys doing
up,
good things.
we
for
have
number one
another
Spectres in the
quarterfinal
NBL1.
matchup.
And here
PCYC
will be
Queensland.
the crew coming out on
Taking
court
on
from
Spectres.
PCYC Queensland.
Athletic. First up, we're going to
Again,
introduce
little star jumps.
Queensland.
Kylu George, just there.
Leading the way.
Married to now Kayla George, NBL player. Maybe she's here in the crowd today supporting a man.
Okay. So like the most games for PCYC Queensland in the 3x3 in the Pro Hustle started George. Here's another Tyson Demos, number 9. Played with the Gold Coast and Illawarra in the NBL. Here comes Spectres Athletic.
Obviously, we didn't see him in that first Pro Hustle stop, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes after that shoulder injury.
So there you have it, Spectres Athletic in the black. As Corey Homicide Williams rejoins us on the commentary desk, and Corey, PCYC Queensland, Daniel Egan's team. They've won their way through to the quarterfinals with a win over Darwin in the round of 16. We've got Kylu George, Jacob Hunter, TJ Diop. But the man who has really taken this team to another level is that 9-year NBL veteran, Tyson Demos.
Yes, I got a chance to see the young guys play yesterday, and they are a no-nonsense team. They're coming aggressive, coming to hit shots, make some good plays, and as a result of that, they have found themselves in a position to go to the semis.
Well, Tyson Demos, he's El Presidente, recently named President of Australian Indigenous Basketball, fresh off playing for the Indigenous national team recently over in New Zealand, making his 3x3 debut here in the Pro Hustle, having retired from his NBL action in 2016, and he is still in great shape.
It looks very good being out of the game for a little bit, so we'll see if the fitness, quick game today, so let's see how he converts over to the 3-on-3 game.
And here's the Spectres Athletic team. Corey, I was just saying before you jumped in, they are now the 28th ranked 3x3 team in the world. Steele, Wright, Cook, Coronopoulos.
And Andrew Steele is back from injury, which makes them even tougher this time around. 2 weeks ago, he wasn't able to play. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back in action. I missed him yesterday. But I know from personal experience, playing against Andrew Steele in pickup games in Melbourne, he can go.
He's made a real name for himself in 3x3, playing for not only Spectres in the NBL 1, but it's as the #1 ranked 3x3 player in Australia, where he has really splashed onto the basketball scene over the last couple of years. And he's a part of that national squad, trying to work his way back into the national team to play in the FIBA World Cup. Qualifies in Puerto Rico next month. When you're talking him up for him, and is he at that level?
Oh, I'm not talking him up. He is legit. I played against him personally, and I knew he was legit without knowing who he was. I said, look, who is this Aussie dude, and how is he not in the NBL? This was a couple years ago. He was taking it to me.
That's my man.
So, I knew he had game. So, with him being the #1 player in Australia in 3x3, #1 ranked player, that's no surprise to me.
Well, let's see what kind of surprise Tyson Demos and PCYC Queensland have in store for the 28th ranked 3x3 team in the world, Spectres Athletic. Because they've had some good results, Queensland, and only lost one game. That was to the Melbourne champions in the Geelong Supercats. So they've played well thus far, and we are underway. Tom Wright, #3 ranked player in Australia, and he dimes up Andrew Steele.
It's a great pick and roll. This team, they run offense really good. They share the ball good. They're sharp with their passing and their movement. And that's what you have to be to play at the next level. 3x3 in this Pro Hustle. So we'll see how consistent they are. in this game.
They also get some easy buckets out of some little actions that they run. Having played, and that's just tough. Catch and splash from Tom Wright, but some little stuff off the ball, some pick and roll actions, some early slips, and those little one-pointers that you can get easy along the way, they really add up.
Yeah, definitely. In a short game, you know, first to 21 or 10 minutes, you've got to get those easy one-pointers and then add it and supplement with those twos. Right. Oh, splash just there. We talking about it. There he is.
I mean, just look at that play. It looked like it was just going to be an easy layup, and he kicks it out. They're running proper offense.
They're getting wide open looks right now. Wright and Steele with a couple of two-pointers. They're up 5-zip, and Cook makes it 6. They need that little bit of height that Cook brings as well as they advance. If they do, oh, here's Dyson Demos. Bullying right in the block, gets his own board and makes it count and gets PCYC Queensland on the board.
Yeah, but when you look at that play, right, which is a strong play, but that takes a lot of energy out of it. Playing one-on-one like that, battling. Look how easy the shots are coming for the other team.
Chronopoulos is in the game. That little action again on the weak side. Wright got open, couldn't make it count. And Cook's on the deck. So is Diop. And here's Jacob Hunter. Young fella going to work, training with the Cairns Taipans Corey. Jacob Hunter. And showing something early.
It's a good, strong move. He took it right to his chest. In 5-on-5, that would have been an offensive foul. But not in 3x3.
Is Chronopoulos. A name I'm enjoying calling. Yes, a little touch pass there from Wright. And Spectres Athletic go up 7-2. Oh, good move from Diop down low. Finish.
Gotta finish that.
Steele lines one up. Can't make that count. Ooh, 1-point hit there. Long one-pointer from Demos.
Spectres seem just to be finding much more space. You know, they're more open. They can allow themselves to drive, penetrate, pitch, get to the open man. Whereas PCYC just feel very in each other's way.
Spacing not quite there for Queenslanders. Hunter tries his luck with a running hook. There's Chronopoulos. That's down. And they're up 11-3, and we might be headed to 21, Corey, before we know it.
I mean, the way they knocking down shots at the two-point line, I agree with you.
They go to work. Jacob Hunter. Ooh, a little bit of stuff after the whistle there. Tom Wright just shakes it off. He's going to get it.
I like seeing the young guns coming in, taking it out, and, you know, number ranked player. He's not backing down. He's still going to the hoop and finishes strong, but didn't quite make it.
John Cook from long range. Yeah, it's 2 points from outside the arc. George lines one up and sticks it. 11-5. This thing's back to 6. It was a big hit. Still plenty of time. 6 minutes. That's an easy bucket for John Cook.
And those are the baskets you cannot allow to happen. You can't give them easy ones. Everything has to be earned, and tough makes.
Costas. Chronopoulos from 2-point territory. Cook blocks George on the arc, and Chronopoulos lines another one up, and he's feeling it.
Back-to-back threes. Those hurt. Twos. Those hurt.
That was a big, strong pick from George. Comes out of the Deadly Threes program. They run up there in Queensland. Daniel Egan doing great work with PCYC and bringing a couple of squads to the pro hustle. We love it. There's Tom Wright. And he makes it 18-5. We are 3 points away from the Spectres Athletic closing this one out. Diop gets an easy one at the rim, but they need some stops. Spectres Athletic making it rain.
Putting putting on a shooting clinic.
They are 1 point away from advancing Spectres, and they will keep an eye on quarterfinal number 4, no doubt. We'll see who they will play against in the final 4. Sydney Warriors or Townsville Reading Cinemas, led by Tim Conrad. Veronopoulos closes it out from long range. What a shooting display from Spectres Eye Athletic in the quarterfinals.
Just over 4.5 minutes, 22 to 6. It just shows that how important those, long-range shots are.
And they have been whacking teams. Eye Athletic this weekend, they smashed Canberra KJR. They demolished the Melbourne Wolves, and there they just put the hurt on PCYC Queensland, and they will advance. And Corey, they don't have the big NBL names that some of the other squads do, but are they legitimate Pro Hustle 2 championship contenders?
Well, when you have the #1 ranked player in Australia and the #3 ranked player in Australia who have been there and done that, you are a contender.
The question though is on the rest of their squad. Because sometimes that Spectres Eye Athletic squad, it's Owen Odygy, it's Simon Khan, it's these type of names. John Cook, Costas Veronopoulos, what did they show you there that makes you think they can go all the way?
Costa came in, hit some outside shots, shows he's got that range. So maybe, the next game, people come out, close him out. He then penetrates, kicks to the open man and finds some space. It's all about having those unknown players that I think add to, the team aspect.
Well, here's the match highlights thanks to Swinburne University. Like that take from young Jacob Hunter. And here's that man you were talking about, Montana. Costas Veronopoulos was just en fuego.
Back-to-back twos, not threes in this game. Back-to-back twos, and that's what got their team up, in that last little bit. So I'm excited to see if he can keep going with this streak into the finals.
And he's starting for the Nunawading Spectres in the NBL 1. That's a stacked starting lineup. McDonald, Wright, Veronopoulos, and you got Swartella and Con. You got Lucas Walker coming off the bench, so he can seriously play. And Corey, how is the setup here on the Geelong waterfront?
I mean, I'm so impressed and actually just happy to be a part of this beautiful, as we see this backdrop of this 3x3, the palm trees.
Doesn't even feel like we're in Geelong right now.
Does
We could be in Miami, we could be anywhere we want to be.
It does feel like that. It's incredible. What a great setup. And if you are in Geelong anywhere today, get on down. I mean, as you can see, there's a whole bunch of people already. And this thing goes right along. There's that court. There's a whole bunch of other stuff going on. There's DJs playing outside, food trucks, all kinds of activities for the kids. And here on the center court, there's some serious hoops taking place.
That is an incredible I'm still in awe at the shot. Shout out to the drone.
The drone is doing some great work. Well, that's pretty much going to wrap us up for now, as we have seen a couple of men's teams advance into the semi-finals, and they will be joined by one of Townsville Reading Cinemas or Sydney Warriors. Geelong, Stateside, Spectres Eye Athletic are in there, and in the women, it'll be the Eye Athletic versus Melbourne Boomers, the Peninsula Bobcats versus the Geelong Supercats. And we will be back a bit later to bring you all of that semi-final action. So on behalf of Corey, Montana, our man Sam Groth and the hard-working crew out the back, we'll see you for the semi-finals.
coming into this year, and now that 3x3 has been around for a little bit longer, everyone is getting used to it a little bit quicker than we expected. So there's definitely more competition. There's more people getting involved. There's a lot more attention from the WNBL girls. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure coming and defending our title. Yeah, I want to represent Australia at the international level. So with 3.
welcome to Geelong for the second stop on the 2019 3x3 Pro Hustle Tour. 2 weeks ago, the tour kicked off in style in Melbourne, but today, Australia's top 3x3 ballers are here on Geelong's picturesque waterfront as they battle it out for Pro Hustle glory. I'm Liam Santamaria, alongside 2010 NBL MVP Corey Homicide Williams. And Corey, what an incredible location for 3x3 hoops.
Listen, I've played plenty tournaments, 3-on-3, 1-on-1, 5-on-5 in the world. This, by far, is the best setup I've ever played in. This is world class.
We've got the beautiful Eastside Beach right behind us here. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, of course, this is part of the pathway, international FIBA pathway, to compete at the FIBA World Cup, the Olympics, and don't forget, the Birmingham 2022 Olympics, Corey, there's no 5-on-5 basketball there anymore. It's all about the 3x3.
And that's why this 3x3 tournament is so special. People will have an opportunity who would never have an opportunity to go 5-on-5 to go 3-on-3 if they're good enough. Come with your game, because if you want to play in the Olympics and the Birmingham Games and the World Cup, this is a gateway for you.
Absolutely. Now, of course, this is stop 2. The tour kicked off in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, and it was Spectres Athletic in the women who got the job done. Here is how they finished, and they are the seedings coming into this event. And what's interesting is that, Corey, the number 2 seed, they're out.
And that is why, again, I love this competition. Unlike 5-on-5, you have 10 minutes. That's all you have. In a 5-on-5 game, you have 4 quarters. If you can come out and have a bad 3 quarters and recover. If you don't come out within 10 minutes and get it done, you will be upset and going home.
And in the men in Melbourne Pro Hustle 1, it was the Geelong Supercats. What a boil over, knocking off Stateside Sports, a team stacked with high-level NBL talent. But the Supercats, they got the job done, but today, it's been number 7, the Townsville Reading Cinemas team, that has really caused a bit of an upset.
And you know what? Again, names do not win games. If you do not come correct, you will take a L. You have 10 minutes to play your best basketball, or you will be going home, period.
They, of course, do have one big name in Tim Conrad, the NBL veteran. Now, let's bring in the rest of our team. What a massive event we've got going on. And out there soaking it up, multi-sport star Montana Farris-Seaton, and of course, former Aussie tennis champ Sam Groth. Guys, welcome to the broadcast. How's the atmosphere out there?
Well, thanks, guys. Plenty going on the court, but off the court, it's a festival out here. And Montana, there's something for everybody.
There really is. As I've said, there's the 4 Bs today. There's ball, beer, burgers, beers, and beats.
Well, very important, all of those. But of course, on court, they're all playing for something here. This 3x3 Pro Hustle Tour is all going to lead to the Australian rankings, and it's 2 of those top 10 that makes themselves eligible for Australian selection. On the men's side, 3 of those top 10 are left in the semi-finals. Andrew Steele and Tom Wright for Spectres Athletics, and Tim Keaton for TSV Reading Cinemas. And on the women's side,
unfortunately, there's only 1 out of the 10 top 10 ranked females here today, just due to other commitments overseas and with the Opals. So today we'll see Carly Smith in action. But that also gives a chance for anyone else inside that top 20 to really show, how well they can play, get some points, and get themselves into that top 10 today.
Well, guys, I'm going to send Montana back to you, and I'm going to soak up a little bit more of the festival outside.
Thanks, guys. Corey, how good to see our man Tommy Greer still up there in the top 5.
Tommy Greer is a legend. Any man that can be ranked currently in Australia in 3-on-3 and is now a GM of the Phoenix, I got to give you a salute.
Now, we mentioned it was Geelong that caused a huge upset in the men's final in Melbourne. And look, here's how they did it. Corey, I think it started with their physicality.
And I think that's how you have to approach this game. Referees put the whistle in the pocket, let a lot of that physical play go. So physically, if you are not able to play through it, you're in trouble.
Well, the other thing they did at the offensive end was they played isolation ball. A lot of teams playing pick and rolls and other actions. They just spaced the floor and went to work.
Hey, at the end of the day, when you're able to break the ball, break your defender down on the dribble, you don't need a pick and roll. Why would you call one? I do isolations too, and that's why they got the W.
Well, it never hurts to have a bit of luck go your way either. And Peter Crawford, the sharpshooting NBL veteran, missing a whole bunch of wide open threes. He's not going to miss those shots today.
Oh, definitely not. I'm sure he's remembering and kicking himself in the butt on how it ended and what his performance was 2 weeks ago in Melbourne. I'm sure they'll be back with a vengeance.
Well, they have a revenge game ahead of them in the semi-finals. Let's have a look at the schedule. We've got the women's semi-finals first. Spectres Athletic, the defending champs, they're going to take on the Melbourne Boomers. Then it's the Peninsula Bobcats, a team I really like, Corey. Annalie Maley and Carly Smith, some really big names, against the Geelong Supercats. And in the men, that revenge game we spoke about, Geelong versus Stateside Sports, and then Spectres Athletic, a top 33x3 team in the world, taking on Tim Conrad and the Townsville Reading Cinemas team.
Oh man, these matchups are mouth-watering, and I cannot wait to see how it all unfolds, Liam, because it's going down to the wire today.
Well, of course, the first game that'll go down will be the semi-final #1 in the women, Spectres Athletic versus Melbourne Boomers. And one of the big guns for Spectres is Marina Whittle, and I caught up with her earlier this morning.
Coming into this year, and now that 3x3 has been around for a little bit longer, everyone is getting used to it a little bit quicker than we expected. So there's definitely more competition. There's more people getting involved. There's a lot more attention from the WNBL girls. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure coming and defending our title. Yeah, I want to represent Australia at the international level. So with 3x3 in the FIBA tournament. I know we've got a couple tours coming up, so I'd love to put my hand up and be available for that. So, and definitely making the squad, it was awesome for me. It's a big step in the right direction, and I'm excited what's going to happen these next 12 to 18 months.
Marina Whittle, she is an absolute star, and as I said, she'll be up on floor in the next game up after the break. Spectres Athletic versus Melbourne Boomers in the women's semi-final 1. Before we go there though, here's a little refresher on how 3x3 works.
Want to know about the newest form of basketball taking the world by storm? This is 3x3. Your team consists of 4 players, 3 starters, 1 sub. Injuries, fouls, too bad. That's the game. The court, it's half the size, but the game is twice as fast. You've got the 1 basket, and the ball must be taken beyond the arc after each possession change. Anything beyond the arc, it scores you 2. Anything inside, it's worth 1. Every possession counts in the first to 21. Don't make 21. Play up to 10 minutes, and the highest score wins. Don't think there's no shot clock though. Half the court, half the time. You got yourself 12 seconds to put up that shot. We told you it was fast. The ball, we changed the rules, and we changed the ball. Size of a 6, but weight of a 7. Don't let that impact your shooting game though. It's fast, it's furious, it's 3x3. Hustle or be hustled.
Welcome back to Geelong for the second stop of the 2019 3x3 Pro Hustle Tour, and we are ready to go for semi-final number 1 in the women. Of course, it's Spectres iAthletic, the number 1 seed and the defending champs in the orange, and Melbourne Boomers in the black. They are the number 3 seed. But Corey, for the Spectres iAthletic team that won the event in Melbourne and are the defending champs after last year's Pro Hustle, they have a big out in their squad.
Oh, they have a big out, and it's hurting me to even say it. I am number 1 is not here.
This is who they do have: Marina Whittle, Rachel and Tonya Duke, Hannah Zavich and Izzy Chilcott. Some big names, a whole bunch of experience, Montana.
Exactly right, Liam. You know, we're out with Beck Cole, but Hannah Zavich, nice big frame, very athletic, very strong, and Rachel Antonihadu, she can definitely hit it from the outside. So looking forward to those 2 additions into this team.
Of course, a whole bunch of WNBL and NBL 1 talent in amongst that lineup. And for the Boomers, they also have a big out. Monique Conti, the multi-sport star, AFLW and WNBL champion. She was here yesterday, helped them get to the semi-finals. She's not here today. They're just rolling with the 3, Corey. Chelsea D'Angelo, Taylor Jones, and Kalani Purcell.
Well, to be honest with you, they're still a talented team, and we know this is going to be a competitive game. But with Conti out, that hurts.
Well, Spectres iAthletic, they had a loss in their opening game of the tournament to the Peninsula Bobcats, that team I spoke about in the opener, who I think could do some damage in this Final 4. And then they got a win over the Melbourne Boomers, and they got themselves through the semi-finals. And the pathway for the Boomers, they took an L to this Spectres team, as I mentioned. Then they won in the quarterfinals against the team from Northern Territory, who did not have Mariana Tolo, Montana, who was a big factor in the Melbourne event.
Oh, massively. When you've got that experience like Mariana Tolo does, it definitely brings a lot of confidence to your younger players, but also just having that experience of being in a high-pressure situation is so vital in games like this.
And Corey, we spoke to Marina Whittle. We heard from her a little earlier, but she really is one of the key players in this tournament, one to watch. She's number 1 in the orange, and she's got a great game for 3x3 with the strength, the shooting, and the playmaking off the dribble.
Listen, let's not get it twisted. I am number 1, who I love, is absent, but Whittle has got some serious game. I love watching her.
Yes.
She's tough underneath. She could defend, plays really physical, can put the ball on the deck and make plays happen. That's just a flat-out baller. She looks like a baller.
And Montana, what about for the Boomers? Who should we be keeping an eye on? They're up against it in this semi-final, but if they get their way through, who needs to carry a bit of a load?
For me, it's definitely Kalani Purcell. You might not have heard of her. She's a New Zealand native. She's played, you know, for the New Zealand Tall Ferns. She's here playing for Melbourne Boomers in the WNBL, and she's a flat-out baller. You know, played in Utah. She had a cup of coffee with the Dallas Wings as well, but she's a strong flame and really, really competitive.
That's number 6 in the black, Kalani Purcell. So keep your eye on her. And certainly Chelsea D'Angelo has been doing good things as well for the Boomers in the WNBL and for the Spectres in the NBL 1, playing alongside Izzy Chilcott for the Spectres, interestingly. Now, Taylor Jones, number 8 in the black, was a late call-up for this squad. And Corey, we saw in Melbourne, those late call-ups, Anthony Kimball in the men, who lit it up in the grand final against Stateside Sports. Those late call-ups, they can come out sometimes and just play free, loose, and, you know, fire their team to victory.
You know, at the end of the day, they're either going to help or hurt you. You just better hope.
You better help.
They
better hope they help.
Better hope they help.
Well, we are nearly ready to go. Remember, it's 10 minutes in 3x3, or first to 21. Inside the arc's worth 1 and outside is worth 2. And we are underway. Spectres iAthletic with the rock, and Marina Whittle getting things off to a fast start. The Spectres are on the board.
Setting the tone early. She knows she has to step up for her team and lead offensively.
Here's D'Angelo letting it fly. Remember, only a 12-second shot clock. You need to make a play, and you need to make it quick. But they've got the rock back. But Spectres Eye Athletic, the defense is in lockdown mode early on.
I'm excited to see this matchup between Whittle and Purcell. I reckon that'll be really, really strong, super physical. Should play out nicely.
Purcell looking to go to work in the block against Chilcott. Just strong arms Chilcott. Sticks the 1-footer.
Nice. As you said, she has the WNBL and WNBL and WNBA experience.
Ooh, Marina Whittle's off to a fast start. There with the fadeaway on the baseline. Spectres Eye Athletic up 2-1. The stands are full. There are people right up and down the event. The outside courts are popping, Corey. The kids are involved in all kinds of food trucks, are doing a roaring business outside. It is a terrific event.
It is all happening here. You can see the palm trees. Look at the backdrop. That is just beautiful.
Are we
in Australia?
I think we're in Miami. I mean, I wouldn't mind if we were.
Look, I'm with you, but look, this is beautiful. The setup is amazing.
It's a part of Geelong that some people don't know exists. This beautiful waterfront. Thanks to Visit Victoria, we have made our way down here. And Marina Whittle's making her way to the foul line. She draws some contact on the inside.
I think with Beck Cole out, you know, she needs to pick it up and show that she is a top 10 player and really show her dominance in this league. So I think having Beck out this time round probably is helping her game a whole lot for confidence.
Not to mention that player rankings are on the line.
Oh, there's a good hit from D'Angelo from long range. Ties it up, 3 apiece.
Oh, that's a layup right there. Oh, good defense. There we go.
A good strong take from Savage. Yeah, you talk about player rankings. Marina Whittle, she's still a part of that national squad. We've got FIBA World Cup qualifiers in Puerto Rico coming up next month, ahead of the World Cup, well, the Asia Cup in China, and then the World Cup in Amsterdam. And she is somebody who is really putting her hand up.
How can we get to Puerto Rico, Lee?
We're working on it.
You know anybody over there in Montana? How can we make that happen?
I do know Miss Puerto Rico from the Miss Globe beauty pageant, but I'll see what I can do.
Please do.
Did she get the win?
No, Miss China won. Followed by Miss Australia.
Second place.
Second
wow,
place.
Montana got second place. There you go. Miss Globe.
That's right. Doing big things. Come on.
Marina Whittle doing big things. Again, just that bully ball. We saw her outside knocking it down. Now she goes on the interior and she uses her strength.
And that's why she's such a tough defender. She recognizes the mismatch and punishes you.
And as you say, Montana really stepping up in the absence of the #1 ranked Australian player in 3x3, Beck Cole. Runner-up WNBL MVP last season. There's Chilcott. Ooh, nice kiss off the glass. Izzy Chilcott.
Nice use of the reverse.
Spectres Eye Athletic up 5-4. 2 minutes and change into this semi-final matchup. Remember, semi-final 2 in the women coming up after this one, the Peninsula Bobcats versus the hometown Geelong Supercats. And there's Kalani Purcell finishing off the glass.
Super strong finish. Like I said, these two, whoever, you know, shows up today out of Kalani Purcell and Marina Whittle, I think their team's going to follow behind and get the win.
This would be a bit of a boil over, I think, if the Boomers get up. Spectres Eye Athletic, the defending champs from last season, the defending champs from Pro Hustle 1 this year. Yeah, okay, Beck Cole's not here, but this is still a stacked lineup full of experienced 3x3 players. The Boomers, no Monique Conti, and they have this thing tied up. And now they're in the lead. Savage scoring at the bucket. Here's D'Angelo. I like her aggressiveness. No call, no bucket.
And that's what I love about the 3-on-3 format. You know, obviously the male game is a lot more athletic and it is more noticeable. Hey, nice hit from Rachel Antonio from the outside. But the 3-on-3 format shows the physicality and the athleticism of the females.
That was a big hit. There's D'Angelo with the answer. Oh, another good bucket underneath from Antoniadou, and Spectres Eye Athletic up too. The pace is incredible. D'Angelo, she's carrying a load for the Boomers. Bit short on that one. Fatigue, Corey, in the 3x3 can become a factor. You see Antoniadou take a seat now after that air ball. You need to run the subs quick in this format.
Yeah, you have to. You're playing high-intensity basketball that's really physical and fast. You will wear down quick. So the best thing you would want to do is run your subs in and out very quick.
Of course, you can make those subs anytime there's a whistle, and you see they'll do it. They will rotate the bodies as often as they can, and right now it's Izzy Chilcott that's going to take a seat, and you would think fatigue would definitely become a factor in this game, given that the Boomers only have the 3 players. There's Purcell, the strong take, can't finish.
Ooh.
And Zavic with the spin move and the finish at the rim.
Big move.
Wow. How was that move? Puts it on the deck and puts the defense in the spin cycle and finishes off the glass.
And once you get around one player here, you've got no help defense because it's such a big space with so little players. So if you can get around your defender, it's straight to the hoop for the money.
Oh, excuse me.
There's D'Angelo, can't make it count. And Corey, that's what you love about it, right? If you can make a play, if you can beat your man off the dribble, you're going to get to the rim in this format.
Exactly. There's no help. It's 3-on-3, 3x3.
Purcell had a couple of good looks. That one rims out. D'Angelo, there's Purcell again. Again, a little too much iron.
You know, and Corey, how do you think, you know, Melbourne Boomers only having 3 players who've still got 5 minutes of time to play? Do you think that fatigue's going to definitely, you know, favour into Spectres' favour?
Yeah, I believe so. As long as they keep playing physical defense on them, it's going to wear them down. It's hot out here. Let's not forget about that. Pro Hustle tour on first Pro Hustle 1. It was a rainy day. The gym was cool. This heat right here.
And the sun, I wouldn't want to shoot with that in my eyes. At
No
least
way.
if you're air ball, you got an excuse, right?
Yeah,
And I think that fatigue is starting to become a little bit of a factor. Yeah, that was good defense there from Taylor Jones inside. Plays for Hills in the Waratah League. And she got possession back for the Boomers, but you see a timeout called, a chance for them to catch their breath. That was some early buckets from Purcell. There's the fadeaway from Whittle, but it's this second half of the ball game, 4 minutes 49 to play, 2-point lead to Spectres Eye Athletic, where the Boomers are going to start to feel it, you'd have to think.
Yeah, like we said, it's hot. They've played all day yesterday, they're playing today, but this is where you really find out the mental toughness of each and every player.
Well, it's now or never for the Boomers. Down 2, as I said, and just starting to feel it. Spectres Eye Athletic with a chance to really start to step on the neck. Purcell with a good double, and there's only 4 seconds on the shot clock as the Spectres get it back.
And that was a real good double, because that may have been a bucket right there.
Late on the clock, not much time. Whittle has to let it fly, and she doesn't know it. A lack of awareness there from Spectres Eye Athletic, and that's the other element of this format. There is no coach sitting on the sidelines, a little bit like tennis. You cannot get any coaching, you need to be aware.
And that's where your point guard has to be your on-floor coach. You know, really tell the team, hey, we've got 4 seconds, we need to get this basket up.
D'Angelo found Purcell there for an easy bucket. No whistle.
I like the physicality that they're letting the players play.
No whistle there, out of bounds. The ball's back with Spectres Eye Athletic, and this thing is close. Zavic again with the spin. Ball knocked out off her knee, and it's going back to the Boomers.
That's good defense right there. Got the hand in the cookie jar and took the cookie. Created a turnover.
Purcell finds D'Angelo. Step back. Hello. No good. Spectres Eye Athletic hold on to that 2-point lead. A spot in the final up for grabs. Cash, prizes, qualification to future FIBA Challenger events. And Spectres Eye Athletic looking to defend their title. Savvy play there from Hannah Zavic to win possession back for Spectres Eye Athletic.
Right now, both teams look a little bit tired. No one's making a shot. Offense is a little bit stagnated, a little bit slower. This is when the fatigue is kicking in right now.
And we've seen a couple of bricks, it's fair to say, in the last couple of minutes. Let's call a spade a spade. And this is where they really need to put it on the deck and start getting to the rim. And D'Angelo looks to do that right now. Purcell puts her legs under it and gets her own board and wins a trip to the free throw line.
And that's the little 1%ers that Purcell does. Getting your own rebound, that's a coach killer, even though I know coaches here today, but that's a killer for the opposition.
Now, one free throw. She makes it count, and it's a 1-point game. The Boomers asking some questions of Spectres Eye Athletic right now. I like the aggressiveness of Taylor Jones in the block there. Whittle looking to bully her down low, and Jones didn't want any of it.
You have to match that intensity, because she's going to bring it.
Here's Zavic. Finds Antonia Du. Front rim. And it's going back to the Melbourne Boomers. 3 minutes and 9 remaining, 1-point game. You got to tip your hat to the Boomers. Just the three of them, no sub, as you say, with the sun beating down, the pressure of taking on the #1 seeds, and they are right in this game, up to their eyelids. Turnover, ball back to Chilcott here. Antonia Du, strong take, but great defensive play. Taylor Jones, Spectres will get it back with 5 on the clock.
She has definitely been a great asset to this team, Taylor Jones. Coming in, 3 players, playing in the sun and showing that she can work hard.
This Whittle couldn't thread the needle. D'Angelo putting the moves on Izzy Chilcott. Good look, Purcell. Jones, shot clock getting down, 2-1, let it fly. And no bucket there for the Boomers, 1-point game, 2.5 to play. We are going down to the wire in semi-final #1. Nice move from Chilcott. Oh, foul called there on Antonia Du, and I really feel like the Boomers, they need to make a focus of Kalani Purcell down low, but as you can see, she is eating air right now as the fatigue starts to settle in. They find her down low on cue, and she gets herself to the spot. She's a problem when they throw it to her down in the paint, Corey.
I mean, she's tough. She just slipped like she was about to set a screen. She went and set a fake screen, slipped, dove to the basket, and got it right underneath. Just went up real strong. She's definitely a problem.
That action we've seen really effective in the 3x3 format with that early slip off the ball. Oh, good strong move down low. Antonia Du, as if you don't mind, I'm coming through.
Get in the weight room.
I felt a few of those elbows before. They're not fun.
She has been really impressive as she can't quite finish underneath there. Playing for the Nunawading Spectres in the NBL 1. She's been playing really well, actually, in the opening couple of rounds for the Spectres. And doing a great job for their Eye Athletic 3x3 team right now. She takes a seat and grabs a drink.
It's a good call by the referee. The Spectres Eye Athletic did not clear it with 2 feet clearly behind the line, so that caused the turnover.
They've got the advantage right now, and that is blown out now to a 4-point lead. But it's just a 2-possession game. Remember, behind the arc's worth 2. They can get a stop and knock one in from long range. They're right back into this, but the clock is starting to become a problem for the Boomers.
They need to get a stop. They need to get a bucket. They haven't scored in a while.
Spectres churning things up defensively. And it's a bit of a grind for the Boomers right now. Bucket here would be huge. Down 4, a minute and change remaining. And Whittle called for the hands foul. And you know, we're in the bonus right now. That was a big foul from Marina Whittle. That's their 7th foul. That's the bonus. D'Angelo to the stripe for 2.
Ooh.
And she scores the first. If she can get this one, it's one possession ball game.
That was a big foul. All right, 2-point game. 1 minute 15. Whittle tries to make up for it. Can't knock it in.
That's a bad shot. Why would you rush and take that shot?
A couple of questionable decisions from Marina Whittle in crunch time. Jones, bang! It's a tight ball game, and we're into the final 60 seconds.
Oh, a turnover.
What an impressive comeback from the Boomers. D'Angelo off the glass, no good. Whittle clears it. 14 apiece. Purcell with the big steal, and Whittle another foul. And Purcell will head to the stripe for another 2 freebies.
That just goes to show you how quick a game that looks under control completely unravels.
That is exactly what has happened here as the Boomers go up by 1. A few moments ago, they were down 4. And they have gone on a 6-0 run, and they lead by 2. Pressure on Spectres Eye Athletic, the defending champs. Whittle, strong move. That's a bucket. It's a 1-point game.
And there's still plenty of time due to the 12-second shot clock.
That shot clock's getting down now. 5 seconds. Good strong take from D'Angelo. We're up by 2. Spectres need this from Chilcott. Off the glass, can't make it count, and a big board from Taylor Jones. She's out of bounds. Wow, okay. 9.8 seconds remaining. 2-point game. A spot in the final up for grabs. And the Spectres Eye Athletic have the rock. Chilcott, Whittle for the tie. No good. That's out of bounds, and this thing's going to the Melbourne Boomers, Corey. What a boil over. 1.3 remaining. They just need to hold the rock, and it's over. Whittle will slap at it, you'd think. D'Angelo holds it. A foul is called. Time expires, and the Melbourne Boomers advance.
Wow. This is my point with this 3x3. If you don't play 10 minutes of good basketball, you will be eliminated.
What an incredible final minute and a bit from the Melbourne Boomers. Only 3 players, no sub, up against the #1 seed, the Pro Hustle champions from last year and from Melbourne. And boy, doesn't Taylor Jones love it. They reeled off 17-1 in the final minute and a bit to get the win. An incredible result. And a key to that victory was the 19-year-old Chelsea D'Angelo. She's standing by with Montana on the floor.
I'm here with Chelsea. 9 out of 17 points for yourself. How are you feeling right now?
To be honest, I'm feeling pretty tired. We didn't have a sub that game, but it was good to just grind it out and get the win for our team.
Yeah, definitely. 3 players in such a short, high-paced game would definitely take it out of the body. Going into the final now, what do you think you guys need to do?
I think we just need to maintain our physicality. Like, we came out against the Spectres yesterday, not physical at all, and obviously today it worked much better. So.
Well, you guys did very well, so good luck for the final, and we'll see you out there. Back to you.
Wow, Chelsea D'Angelo, 9 of their 17 points. Here's the match highlights, Corey, brought to you by Swinburne University. And it was all Spectres Eye Athletic in the early going. The Boomers hung around, and then they came home with a flurry.
But this is a perfect example of it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Boy, didn't they finish strong. There was Taylor Jones asserting the no layup rule that is in effect in 3x3. And result. And that leads us into semi-final number 2. The Peninsula Bobcats versus the Geelong Supercats.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Peninsula Bobcats, led by Amelia Todd Hunter, Carly Smith, Nelly Molly, and Bianca Duffelmeyer. They'll be taking on the Geelong Supercats, your home team, led by Jazz Shelley, Isabel Ford, Kobe King Hawaii, and Charlotte Frank Cadasano.
There you have it, the Bobcats versus the Supercats. Couple of cats going at it in semi-final number 2, and the Peninsula Bobcats coming in as the 5th seed, but wow, I'd like them to take this thing out, to be honest. Number 6, Annalie Maley, daughter of former NBL champion Paul Maley, as well as Bianca Duffelmeyer, daughter of former NBL champ Tad Duffelmeyer, Carly Smith, and Amelia Todd Hunter. Montana, they are loaded with talent.
I played against every single one of these girls, and I know how hard they can play. I know how physical they are, and I'm really excited to see them, how they gel together. You know, obviously it's not the same team as we had in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, so really looking forward to seeing how they use their height today.
And here you can see their lineup. Coming up now, Carly Smith. She is the 4th ranked player in the country in 3x3. Annalie Maley killing it in the NBL 1 right now. And the one who's not up there is Bianca Duffelmeyer, their late recruit. And she's playing really well for the Bendigo Braves in the NBL 1. And for the Supercats, Jazz Shelley, Kobe King Hawaii, Charlotte Cadasano, and Isabel Bourne. And there's Carly Smith, too big, too strong down low.
Man up.
Man, woman up. Oh my goodness. That's physical.
Yeah, she is a problem down low. Carly Smith played at the last 2 World Cups wearing the green and gold. Won a gold medal in 2017 and played with Beck Cole and Maddie Garrick and that crew, and bronze medalists last year. She's 24, but she's a real chance to wear the green and gold this year and heading into the Olympics next year, you'd have to think. Here's Duffelmeyer. From range.
And what you can see here from the Bobcats is they're getting those quick subs, and now you see Geelong following suit. Every whistle, they're getting that sub in and straight out.
There's Bourne inside. No good, just 18 years of age. Bourne out of the Canberra Capitals, WNBL champion recently. Turnover ball back with the Supercats. Here's Bourne. And all front rim. Here's Annalie Maley. 4 straight double-doubles to start the NBL 1 season. Big double-doubles too. And she sticks the turnaround.
Nice size with her. Look like she can handle the ball. She's been putting in work in the NBL 1.
The Diamond Valley. Big numbers.
She had some ridiculous numbers a couple rounds ago.
She's having 30 and 20s. She had another big double-double last night. And there's Duffelmeyer. Wow. Good stick off the board and the steal. Making plays, Bianca Duffelmeyer.
Okay.
Maley.
And 1. Oh yeah, she's a problem.
What I love about Annalie's game so much is her physicality and just her actual desire to hustle. She doesn't matter how tired she is, she'll get in there and hustle for those 1%ers every single time.
Offensive rebound there from Maley, and she wins. No, the ball's going back to Geelong.
Oh, it's a free throw. She got fouled.
You're right, she's heading to the stripe. she's had an interesting last couple of years, transferred from Oregon to TCU. And you speak to everyone about her game at the moment, Maylee, and there's a lot of people enjoying the fact that she has refound her passion for the game and enjoying being out there on the hardwood and on the blacktop.
Yeah, having played with Maylee for a couple years, I know, just like any sort of professional sports player, you come in and you have your love for the game, and then you go through phases of maybe this isn't what I want to do anymore, but she's definitely found that passion again, and you can see that in her game. You can see the desire as she chases here for the ball and puts her body on the line.
Oh, wow, hustle or be hustled.
Yeah, exactly right.
Maylee has made her decision. We have made a little bit of a change at the commentary desk here. We welcome in a special guest. Corey Homicide-Williams is out. And my man, Damon Lowry, is in. Former NBL champion. Not former, you're an NBL champion.
Still.
For as long as you live.
As long as I breathe.
And development coach for the Aussie 3x3 squads. Damon, welcome. And
thanks, man.
Thanks for joining us.
Holy Maria, finally, we're together.
And mate, as we said, you are heavily involved in the 3x3 at the national level right now. Head coach Dave B was not here. You're the one keeping an eye on things.
Yep.
And how have you liked the action so far? Well, what are we, a couple of minutes into semi-final number 2?
Had an upset in the first game, the first semi. I thought it would go the other way, but that's 3-on-3 basketball. Not a lot of room to recover from mistakes. So full credit to the Boomers for making them pay. Yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye on everything and just seeing, you know, what girls are playing that kind of style of play that we want. Because there's more than just 3-on-3. There's actually things that we want to kind of achieve within the 3-on-3. So, yeah, just keep an eye on that.
Well, are you keeping your eye on Annalie Maylee? Because she is going to work out here.
Oh, yeah. This is new and improved Annalie Maylee. This is, she's reintroducing herself to Australian basketball. Took a little bit of time off, went to the States, come back, and she's a different player. I like this player right here.
And for you, what do you think makes the perfect 3-on-3 player?
Great question. There's several players within the 3-on-3. Everybody can't be the same player. Like, you don't need 3 point guards. You don't need 3 centers. You don't need 3 shooters, really. The way I see it, you got that, you know, you got your inside player who can guard that. That was a nice inside out. Who can guard that 5, that post. You need somebody who can create those mismatches. Obviously, you need a shooter who can just knock it down because you can't just get ones all day. So it's a couple of different positions out there on the floor that you want to cover.
Damon, what makes Carly Smith a good 3x3 player? She's been in the format for a while now.
Yeah.
2-time rep at the, oh, nice back cut there, can't finish. She's played at the last couple of Asia Cups, and she's a big unit, still in the national selection squad as she sticks that one on cue. What do you like about her game?
There's a lot to like about Carly. She gives you that inside-outside versatility. She can guard, you know, the perimeter. She can bang down low. She can create mismatches, but she can get people open, and that's what you really need in 3-on-3 because there's not a lot of space. You think it's a lot of space, but it can get real crowded sometimes. And Carly's one of those players that can switch on like on the ball screen and take the little person down low and punish them.
Let's check back into the ball game for a moment. Oh, it's getting a little feisty over here on the sideline. Maylee and Bourne, but it's an 8-zip lead to the Bobcats. I like this team, Corey. Now, we know Melbourne Boomers are going to make their way through, but I really like this Peninsula Bobcats lineup.
Corey's over there. Corey's behind me.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay, man.
My bad.
I know.
My bad, Dan.
We haven't spent enough time together.
No, it's been a little while.
Yeah, no, the scoreboard is not doing them any favors, the Super Cats. But, you know, you can still use the shot clock in this. Even though it's a 12-second shot clock, you got an 8-point lead. You don't need to be doing anything nuts in the first 3 seconds. You can still make a team suffer.
Mate, I'm hearing there's a big announcement coming out of Basketball Australia for the 3x3 in the coming maybe week or so. Any word on what that's going to be? What it's about?
I couldn't tell you. Basketball Australia always making announcements about random stuff. I don't know what they're up to over there.
It's just Shelley splashing one from long range. She is a lights out
future
shot.
Oregon Duck too, young Shelley. She's taking her talents to Eugene.
On her way to Oregon. She's going to be joined by one of the Ballarat minor girls.
Yeah, Lucy Cochran, she's going over there too, so a nice little Melbourne contingent. But I'll be hating on them when they play Oregon State.
There's Maley drawing the foul. And the foul's starting to rack up on both sides. Remember, get the 7th foul, get you to the bonus. And that really cost the Spectres Athletic in the last game.
They made some fouls they probably shouldn't have made and put them to the line. There's 2 shots after that. Nice pull-up.
Maley extends the Bobcats lead. Corey, as you walk around an event like, sorry, Damon.
Hey, Corey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, Damon, as you walk around an event like this, and you mix with the people,
right,
and they talk to you about your career, how many people bring up the free throws?
Not enough
in
people.
2000.
Nowhere near enough.
But of those that bring up the free throws, who talks about the other 17 or 19 points you had in that ball game?
That's what I keep trying to remind people. Like, it was more than those 3 free throws. That was just for dramatic purposes. those other 17 I had was cold-blooded, calculated scoring. And nobody wants to talk about that anymore.
Well, I'm happy to talk about it anytime.
And this is a new generation of basketball players out here who probably weren't even around. That was 18 years ago, just quietly.
Wow. Feels like yesterday watching those things bounce on the rim like Teen Wolf.
Slightly different career than me and Michael J. Fox.
Well, the Bobcats lead by 7, 4 minutes to go. Damon Lowry joining Montana Farris-Seaton and myself as Maley extends that lead.
Can I just say, Annalie Maley did not possess that pull-up game 3 years ago. And this is all about, like, player development. Because a lot of players can stay the same player for their whole career and never add anything to their game. But it's good to see Annalie. She's come back. She's a different player.
She's always had that inside presence. You know, she can take it to the hoop, and she is strong, as she's demonstrating today. But I agree, she never had that mid-range game. She could have hit it from the outside, but I think having that mid-range game in this 3-on-3 format is definitely, as we can see here.
And she's the Dennis Rodman of NBL 1 right now. Annalie Maley, the rebounding numbers she's getting.
Annalie's going to rebound in her sleep. That's just, you know, she brings high energy.
I think her dad had her doing that.
That's a guarantee. It's the other side, because all the Australian representative ball she's played, she's kind of been pigeonholed into a certain position. And she never really was asked, I guess, to put the ball on the floor, you know, and really attack it. So it's good to see her getting the ball.
Nice little putback there from Shelley. Keeps the Supercats maybe just with a little sniff. We saw a huge comeback in late in semi-final 1 when the Boomers were down 4 with a minute and change remaining, came back and won by 2. And a travel called there, so the door's still slightly ajar for the hometown team, but it's rapidly closing.
Yeah, all it takes is a couple of bad mistakes, give up a couple of 2s, and it's a new game. But I think the Bobcats got enough poise to make sure that don't happen.
Here's Dufelmeyer, can shoot like her old man.
And like her brother, Tad Dufelmeyer Jr.
There you go. And a nice bucket underneath there from Geelong. Okay, so it's a 6-point game, less than 3 minutes on the clock. Dufelmeyer tracks down the loose ball, finds Maley on the arc. That could close the door, but it's short. Good offensive rebound there from Todd Hunter.
Where's the mismatch right now? Where's the Todd Hunter posting up down there? Unlike 5-on-5, where you don't necessarily seek out the mismatch as much, in 3-on-3, if you can do that, you can go a long way to just dominating the game.
There's Maley again. Can't make the adjustment, short once more. And the margin stays at 6 as Shelley tries to make a play. Here's Bourne, wide open. They really needed that.
That goes down as a game changer. Fatigue is clearly a factor in the hot house.
And what I like that Todd Hunter just did then, you know, we had multiple 2-point shots, sorry. She's decided she needs to penetrate and pitch and get that defense moving, and then she draws a foul.
Yeah, and that can happen a lot sometimes. You can fall in love with the 3-point shot. And this is a new format. It's a new game, and a lot of the girls just do not know how to play it. I mean, from a technical point of view, what nobody does. You know, they only just got here. And what you don't want to necessarily do is bring the 5-on-5 world into the 3-on-3 world. Only small elements.
Oh, a nice little bucket there from Shelley. drags the margin back to 5. A minute 34 to play. They've been getting stops, the Supercats, the last few possessions, and they're just slightly ticking the scoreboard over. An offensive foul called there on Bourne. That hurts.
It's kind of hard to get an offensive foul in this game too. So if they call it, you really fouled it.
That's a bit of the challenge, isn't it, for 5-on-5 players coming into this format, working out what's the line that I can't cross physically. Yeah, because you don't want to get that cheap foul in the 5-on-5 game. But here you can lean, you can hold, go into the basket, you can get that forearm and ride them on their hip a little bit. All the stuff that Mel Cooper would have called in his prime over there. You see him over there? He's here, Ollie, with Mel Cooper. I bumped into him and he called a foul on me for doing that. Nice step back. Well, I would have loved to have seen you on the 3x3 4, David, because you wouldn't have been getting all those calls. With that herky-jerky game of yours. I earned those. Look at that. Carly just, There's Todd Hunter with a bucket underneath. You do not play for the foul because it's probably not a foul. You can't play for it. It's a different mindset. The official will not bow you out in 3x3. And I really like how the officials seem to have embraced it very quickly. Ooh, wow. That one was a no-brainer. As Maley went hard. Yeah, didn't King Harwood. Going, but the restricted. That was. And she's going to my chest plate. That was an offensive foul every day of the week. And twice on days like today. Oh, bodies are flying everywhere. No bucket. The Supercats desperately need that. Okay, it's a 5-point game, 40 seconds. Don't need a quick shot unless it's... Oh, get that out of here. You don't need nothing too quick. Isabel Bourne with the block and the... Oh, she needed the deuce. You don't need nothing too quick. Todd Hunter maintains the handle. Kisses it off the glass and she closes the door. 13-7. The Peninsula Bobcats, they look as Jazz Shelley goes flying into celebrity rope. As sexy as those two-pointers can be at times, sometimes it's good to just get the one. Just take the chippy, get the nice, easy one-pointer just to settle things down. Here's the mismatch. Kobe declined it. Bourne can't get that one. Shelley lines one up. She'll knock that down. She's a great shooter. But it's a little too late for the Supercats as the Peninsula Bobcats advance to the final, 13-9. They topple the hometown Geelong Supercats. They came in as the 5th seed, and after winning their way through their last couple of games and taking care of business here against Geelong, they will advance to the final against the 3rd seed, the Melbourne Boomers. Damon, I want to thank you for your time. Great having a chat. We don't do this enough, Liam. It's probably my fault, too. As we send it out to Montana, who's with the player of the game, Arnalee Maley.
13 points. Now, looking from the sideline, that looks like a very physical game.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I love about it is everyone's hustling, everyone's playing hard, and credit to those girls. They were awesome, but very proud of our group. We've come a long way.
Hustle or be hustled, as we say. So what do you think your team needs to take into the final now to get that win?
We need to play with that same energy that we did just bring on the floor there. We have the capability to get a win with that team, but it's going to be a grind. So exciting final, 2 very talented teams. It's exciting to be a part of.
Definitely. And having Carly ranked number 5th in the top 10, how do you think she impacts your team?
She teaches us so much, like even just from the sets, the plays, her ability to pick and roll, and her way that she uses her body. So every game, every time she speaks, we take a little bit something from what she says, and it's just been a blessing, really.
Great to hear. Now we're going to look at the match highlights thanks to Swinburne University.
And here they are. Corey, welcome back to the commentary desk. Damon's out, you are in, and wow, wasn't that impressive from Arnalee Maley and the Bobcats.
She is the real deal. Whatever you want, she's giving you. She can put on the floor. She plays physical. She's strong. Her presence is felt. She doesn't mind throwing people around. My type of player.
Well, it is the Peninsula Bobcats versus the Melbourne Boomers in the women's final later this afternoon. But stay with us. After the break, men's semi-final action.
Man in yellow. I got a basketball. I was lucky enough to spend the day. I was lucky enough to spend the day wandering around Geelong. What a beautiful place. I love the cafes, the alleyways, the culture, the beaches, and I mean, let me tell you, the beaches up there were beautiful. But look, this burger that I had from this place was amazing. I can't wait to get back up there. And the coffee was beautiful. The alleyways, there was a whole lot of graffiti, the culture up there. It was just really cool to be around there. I really cannot wait for 3x3 Pro Hustle Tour to stop there this weekend. Geelong, see you soon.
Welcome back to Geelong, where, Corey, you're loving life.
I'm loving it here. I think I need to talk to some people here. I wouldn't mind a waterfront view place here. A place I can look at the water. Look at this view.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look at the view. I'm in love with the view.
It is beautiful. Thanks to Visit Victoria. So good to be here. Now, Sam, we are ready for the men's semi-finals, and it has been a fascinating men's competition thus far. And here is the journey. We are ready for that semi-final one, the rematch, Geelong and Stateside.
Yeah, well, look at that. Geelong Supercats Stateside Sports, a rematch of Pro Hustle 1 in Melbourne. But it's the second semi-final. Do not sleep on TSV Reading Cinemas. Tim Conrad and Tim Keating was heating up in the quarterfinals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, a championship rematch from 2 weeks ago. Geelong Supercats taking on Stateside Sports. Geelong Supercats, number 1, DeMarcus Gatlin. Lewis Torres. Nathan Freed and Nathan Herbert. They're going to be taking on Stateside Sports. Starting out, Peter Crawford, Lucas Walker, Harry Froling, and Jeremy Kendall.
Well, there we have it. Geelong versus the Stateside Sports, the grand final rematch from Melbourne. And what a stacked couple of teams. Obviously, a couple of changes to the Geelong lineup from the group they had playing in Melbourne, but the Stateside Sports crew is exactly the same. Here's who Geelong have: DeMarcus Gatlin, LT, Sweet Lewis Thomas, and former NBL player for the South Dragons and Adelaide 36ers, Nathan Herbert. No Liam McInerney, no Anthony Kimball, who lit up the final in Melbourne. And Herbert, he's looked pretty good out there.
Yes, he has, and I remember him clearly from his South Dragon playing days when I lost to them to go to the grand final.
And Sam, here is the squad from Stateside.
Well, the exact same team from Stateside that we saw in Melbourne. Peter Crawford, Lucas Walker, Harry Froling, and Jeremy Kendall, who is the big playmaker for them. But they've already suffered a loss earlier this week, but it was this matchup, I guess 2 weekends ago, where they met in the final of Pro Hustle 1, where Geelong got over the top of the heavily fancied Stateside Sports team.
And the one we didn't mention there is Nathan Friend, who is a shooter, number 0. He's going to start out for Geelong in the orange. But here is Lucas Walker, the 10-year NBL veteran, to kick things off. Jeremy Kendall, too easy, as Corey Homicide Williams likes to call. Harry Froling can't finish on the putback. Here's Herbert, step back baseline. That's short. And Harry Froling clears it. Froling with the fadeaway. Can't make it count, and the ball goes out of bounds. It's going back to Stateside Sports.
Defense early is being applied by both teams.
Well, that was the key last time when they played, wasn't it? Geelong was able to stop the scoring power of Stateside Sports.
As DeMarcus Gatlin was able to do right then, and that's what makes him so his explosive first step. But once he gets that shoulder past you, Gatlin, he holds you off, rides the contact, keeps his dribble alive. Look at him put it out there on his right hand and earns himself a trip to the stripe.
And that's why both of these players are so important to their team, because they can put the ball on the floor and create with contact.
There's LT Lewis Thomas cleaning up the Gatlin miss, and the Supercats take a 1-point lead. Now, of course, Harry Froling, number 2 in the black. Corey, you say he leaves tomorrow. They head to the States, get ready for the NBA draft.
He leaves tomorrow to get ready. So we wish him luck. Whether he wins today or not, obviously they want to win, but you know, there's a bigger picture at stake here.
Is he going to get drafted?
He's going to have a good chance. He has to impress in the workouts. That's what it's going to come down to. You know, one thing that he can do well is put the ball on the deck and hit shots from deep. He can stretch the floor offensively.
Speaking of hitting shots, Herbert hits the baseline jumper a moment ago, and the Supercats with an early 2-point lead. Walker off balance 3, no good. Froling cleans it up.
They're finally on the board, 2-1.
If they get down, Herbert get out with the pullback crossover. And Thomas cleans up the miss. Well, the handles are still well and truly there for Nathan Herbert. So if they get down a bit early, Stateside, the necks on their jerseys are just going to shrink a little after their experience in the final in Melbourne.
Well, that's the thing. No doubt they are looking for revenge here. They want to avenge that loss from 2 weekends ago, but they're getting stops again, Geelong. That was the key last time they played, and then they're finding their own way to the basket.
Gatlin scores again, 4-1 Geelong. The home fans loving it. Froling, he's too big and strong down low. It's a 2-point game. Herbert's got the mismatch. Lets it fly, no good. Kendall working off the Froling screen, drops it into the big fella, and he spins and scores. And a costly turnover there.
That's a good find underneath the basket by Too Easy. He's found the mismatch. I think that's what they're going to have to do, because Gatlin is too good defensively to break down off the dribble.
Here's where Stateside Sports often make their move when they insert Peter Crawford into the game. Good take there from Kendall. Chopping foul called on Herbert. Jeremy Kendall's going to head to the stripe, but when Crawford comes in and the heat's gone out of the game, and he gets open on the arc, he has the ability to blow games open.
Well, I think they've got 2 things going for them right now with the people that are on the floor, Stateside Sports. You talk about Crawford coming in and being able to get that open shot, but Jeremy Kendall, we've got DeMarcus Gatlin taking a seat. So all of a sudden that matchup, which is maybe a little bit of a problem for him, DeMarcus off the court, maybe he can open things up a little bit more.
Oh, Herbert with the pullback. He's putting on a little bit of a show with his handles. Great take from Kendall. And that thing got knocked out of bounds. 7 on the shot clock. Corey, you've got to be loving Nathan Herbert right now.
Oh, Nathan Herbert is getting busy. But with that, we have a technical foul on Jeremy Kendall. It's getting real physical down there, and it's an intense game. Win or go home. So you tend to bark at the referee a little bit more if you're not getting that call. But guess what? You're not going to get that call. The whistle is in the pocket, Sammy Groth. You got to play through it, baby.
We saw a couple of cheap fouls early in the day. The whistle's certainly been put away now, though, as we get into the business end of this competition.
Well, they need to shake it off, Stateside Sports, because this was the issue. We spoke about it in the pregame. Right off the top, what Geelong did to topple this talented Stateside Sports lineup in Melbourne. They got physical. And as you say, Sam, they locked down defensively. LT, splash. 4-point lead to Geelong. The crowd loves it. Gatlin with the double team forces the turnover, but the ball goes out of bounds. And Corey, Stateside Sports, once again, they're in trouble.
Yes, they are. Here's the thing, Gatlin again can put the ball on the deck, is putting the ball on the deck without using a screen, drawing in the help from the big guy, which leaves his teammate open. And what happens when you leave Sweet Lou open?
Well, he knocks it down. And that's exactly what Peter Crawford does right there. 2-point bucket from PC, 39 years of age, the London Olympian. And Sweet Lewis Thomas from downtown. They're back up 4. Froling will finish underneath. Thomas putting the moves on Froling. Gets by him and Froling knocks it loose. Kendall, whack. 2-point bucket from Jeremy Kendall.
How quickly it turns around in this 3x3 format.
Oh, great block.
All of a sudden they're going to have a possession to tie the game or possibly hit the lead.
Well, PC gets Gatlin up in the air. Kendall, oh, nice pass fake. And he finishes off the glass.
It's a good left-hand finish. Ties the game up. Great effort by Big Frolin. He takes a seat.
And they've just been able to steady the ship. The Supercat, the Stateside Sports. In the last couple of possessions, Herbert gets free. That's short. Kendall, he splashes a deuce.
Well, big problems now if they start scoring Stateside Sports.
Kendall's feeling real comfortable out there.
Their offense has found a bunch of rhythm. We're going bucket for bucket right now. Walker finds Kendall. Oh my goodness.
He's working.
And he's barking too.
He's working.
Jeremy Kendall is amped, and he is a handful off the dribble right now. Sweet Lewis Thomas with the turnaround. Oh, it went in, but came out. Turnover. Costly turnover there from Walker. Thomas lines it up. Short.
Got a little lucky.
We're midway through this on the clock, but it's a 2-point game, 13-11 to Stateside. Wow, no call.
That's good defense. That's good hustle by DeMarcus Gatlin. Not giving up his position, although he was seemed like a mismatch.
Well, Lucas Walker put the body on him, didn't he? And
there's Kendall finishing at the rim. Stateside Sports up 3. A little moment of concern for the Supercats. They drag it back by 1. It's a 2-point game. Peter Crawford.
Oh, Peter Crawford. Get a hand up.
That's his game in the 3x3. Just finds the corner. You score, you need to find Peter Crawford in the corner because he's about to drop a 2-pointer.
Stateside Sports.
He's feeling it. Peter Crawford can't finish there.
Great hustle by Lucas
another
Walker.
One up. Here's Herbert, lets it fly. It's a 4-point game, a chance for the Stateside Sports team, the highly fancied team stacked full of NBL talent, just to push the door open a little more.
Jeremy Kendall has come out and exploded to get this lead for his team. He was quiet early, but then it was 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2.
It was after that tech foul, wasn't it?
It was after the tech foul. Get angry, play through it.
Yeah. And he has channeled those emotions nicely. There was the bucket from Thomas that the home crowd loved. But then, as you say, Jeremy Kendall, a little scoring run from him. And Harry Froling open down low. And he throws it down.
Great pass by Peter Crawford. New coming off that screen.
Ooh, wow, nice finish underneath Nathan Herbert. 4-point game. Froling with the fadeaway. Can't make it count. The home fans here in
Oh.
Geelong get oh, wow. Oh, DeMarcus Gatlin. Geelong cut into the lead here. 3-point game. And he puts the move on Froling. No call. Wow, no whistle.
That's when you're, if you're smart enough, you use the no call rule to your advantage.
Gatlin and Harry Froling have a little dance. 3 minutes 32 remaining. 3-point game to Stateside Sports. Don't forget, first to 21 wins it. So we are closing in here with both the clock and the score as Jeremy Kendall gets up off his seat and barks some instructions to his teammates.
This is a very important possession for both teams. 3.5 left, plenty of time when the clock is being stopped. However, you want to make your presence felt right now by making a play.
2-point look from Crawford, and that's down.
Goodness.
They are 2 points away.
2 points away from the championship.
No, from the final. From the final, Corey. Wow. Don't count out our man, Timmy Conrad, and the Spectres Eye Athletic with Andrew Steele and Tom Wright. Semi-final number 2 coming up after this one. Corey, you think the winner of this is taking it out?
I believe the winner of this is taking it out.
Okay. This, of course, was the final in Pro Hustle 1. And, ooh, Walker tried to finish it. Gatlin, crossover. Bucket. 19-16. They've got to guard the arc. Stateside could finish it with a 2-pointer. Gatlin steals it. Herbert. Ooh, they needed that.
I think this is when Kendall needs to come back in the game.
Kendall's coming back in. Walker's coming out. Geelong staying with their big 3. Herbert, Gatlin, and sweet Lou Thomas.
Right
The 2-pointer will finish it.
You don't even need to go for a 2. Just go into the big fella twice.
Froling misses. Kendall puts it back. 1 point from the win for Stateside. Point game for them. Herbert steps back. And a bucket will finish it here for Stateside Sports. And Jeremy Kendall provides it.
Too easy. Has willed his team into the championship. Let's go. His name is Too Easy for no reason. Got it done.
And the champs, the #1 seeds coming in, the Geelong Supercats on their home turf, Sam. They're out, but boy, they can walk out with their heads held high.
We sure can. I mean, impressive performance. Obviously coming in with that pressure. Last week they were the underdogs. This week the #1 seed, semi-final. But Stateside Sports, full credit. Look at the guys. They've just walked off. They know they've still got a job to do to come to the championship game as well.
Super impressive game, especially from the Stateside Sports group. Here are the match highlights brought to you by Swinburne University. It was back and forth in the early going until Jeremy Kendall broke this thing open. Here's Lewis Thomas showing his range. With plenty of NBL eyes on today's action. You hope there's that move by DeMarcus Gatlin. And it was about, we don't see, but it was about then that Jeremy Kendall turned this thing around. And his teammates got on his back, especially Peter Crawford. And that hugely talented Stateside Sports team, they're through to the final. And they will play the winner of semi-final number 2.
They'll be taking on TSB Reading Cinemas, led by Tim Keating, to the hook, Matthew Reeves, and Tim Conrad.
So Spectres, Eye Athletic in the orange. The number 28th ranked 3x3 team in the world. And Townsville Reading Cinemas in the black, including Illawarra Hawks sharpshooter Tim Conrad. But let's have a look at the Spectres Eye Athletic lineup. Steele and Wright, number 1 and 3 in Australia, respectively. Cook and Chronopoulos. Sam, where is their bread buttered?
Well, having Andrew Steele back's massive for them. He's the number 1 ranked 3x3 player in Australia. Very different look team to what we saw in Pro Hustle 1. Only Tom Wright coming through to Pro Hustle 2. 3 new guys in the team. They've performed well so far this weekend.
And obviously 4 guys that play together a lot in the 3x3, but also in the NBL 1. Costas Chronopoulos has been really playing well in that in recent times. Let's have a look at the Townsville Reading Cinemas lineup. Here we go, Corey. Keating, Hope, who played alongside you in the Townsville Crocs days way back when. Matthew Reese, and our guy Tim Conrad, who has been arguably the MVP of the event so far.
Well, you know, this team did not play to their expectation in the first stop of the 3x3 tour. They went to the Philippines, had some real international competition, and played well. So they've come back here and been fully focused. And as a result of that, they are in the position that they are in, a game away from the final. Playing through Tim Conrad, and he is paying dividends.
Ooh, good hit there from Matthew Reese to open scoring. The winner through to the final against Stateside Sports. Yeah, you mentioned that tournament in the Philippines, the Asia Pacific Super Quest. This Townsville team went to last week. They made the quarterfinals. Some seriously good 3x3 teams from all over the globe as Steele slides to the rim and ties it up. But yeah, they got themselves right over there, worked out how to play through Tim Conrad and get him looks in the right spots. Here's Keating. It's probably not what they're looking for. Ball goes back to Spectres Athletic. It does. Tom Wright, a 2018 Asia Cup gold medalist. He and Steele in that team, and he sticks the pull up. Turnover from Townsville. As Spectres Athletic take the lead, 2-1. Another open look for Wright. Wow, who is guarding that man? Hope needs to step up defensively.
Well, whoever's guarding him needs to understand he is number 3 in Australia. For a reason.
And one of those reasons, he can stick that mid-range.
I mean, dude, you're not going to be ranked number 3 and you can't play. So they need to do their research and know who they're defending.
He can also go to the rim, play through contact. Can't score there. And the foul called, I think, on Rees, coming through, trying to get on the defensive glass. Ball goes back to Spectres Athletic. Chronopoulos into the game. There's Wright. Bang.
Oh my goodness, like.
You can't not guard him.
Dude, he's 3 for 3 and wide open looks. Where is the defense, Sammy?
Well, he's not an unknown either. I mean, everybody around this event knows Tom Wright. He's been killing it in the 3x3 the last couple of years. Conrad works his way through on the dribble. Hope, air ball.
Good close from Tom Wright there.
And they're in a world of hurt right now. Townsville Reading Cinemas. Hope picks it off.
Well, they went away and looked to get their game in order, but they're back looking how they looked 2 weekends ago. They look disorganised.
That's what they need more of, isn't it? Timmy Conrad, give him some space, let him operate. 33-year-old Tim Conrad, member of the Australian 3x3 squad. I think he might wear the green and gold in the World Cup later this year. 3rd all-time in games played for the Illawarra Hawks. What a star. There's Andrew Steele. Can't hit the turnaround, and good physicality from Tim Keating down low, matched up against the taller John Cook.
It's going to be extremely interesting to see who wears the green and gold for 3x3 for the Olympics. It really is, because you can only take 4.
Tim Conrad, I mean, if you're picking that team, are you picking Tim Conrad?
I'm picking Tim Conrad. So now you got 3 more.
Yeah, but he's my first go pick. I love his game. Obviously, we know he can fill it up at the NBL level, but his game just works perfectly in this 3x3 format because he can make plays off the dribble. He can bully smaller guys down low. He's physical. He can switch, guard multiple positions. I feel like he's the prototypical 3x3 player.
Look, I'm with you. But look, you got Andrew Steele, #1.
Okay.
Tom Wright is ranked #3.
Look, I hear you, but Tim Conrad would be ranked #1 if he'd been playing it as long as
But
those
this
guys.
is the thing, though. You've got to take 2 guys from that top 10. So he's either got to get himself inside that or be one of the guys selected outside.
That's a good call, and I got my first touch of the ball game. Yes, sir.
So as much as we want to pick him, the easiest way for him to get picked is his team to perform in these events and him to get himself inside that top 10 ranking. Then he's probably a lock.
Great call. We'll go through more about the selection process as the day progresses. Meantime, we've got a ball game here, 4-point game. 7 minutes 30 to play. The winner through to the final. Tom Wright can't hit the step back. I feel like the momentum just swinging back to Townsville a touch. They've been getting a few stops the last couple of possessions. Ball's got to go through Conrad. Here he is now. That's late on the shot clock. No chance there.
He gets to get it back. Good left hand finish.
Rees off the glass makes it. That's a 3-point game. 2-time QBL champion with the Townsville Heat. Now, man, DJ Rod Anderson, the head coach up there, trained for some years with the Townsville Crocs. I'm told he loves going up against NBL guys, Matthew Rees. None of them in this one, but boy, wouldn't he love to play against Lucas Walker and Harry Froling and those guys in the final and prove to some people, hey, I should have been there all this time. Wright makes it 4 points the margin. Keating, they need that and they get it.
It's a good drive and finish. And the physical.
Oh, get out. Wright pushes Keating off, a la MJ. He can't make it, and here he gets the bucket at the rim. Another turnover from Townsville. They're trying to seal up under the basket and find Rees. That's their second turnover in that situation.
That was just a tough angle to make that play. And he took a dribble or 2 in, he would have been able to make it.
Oh, Steele misses a bunny. That was an Easter bunny at the rim, and Rees makes him pay. 3-point game. Renopoulos misses another one. The Spectres Athletic are dropping their bundle, and Renopoulos makes up for it from deep.
Why would you make layups when you can hit 2-pointers?
There's Conrad, 1-footer. Rees, can't finish. Needed that one. Down 5. They really needed that one from Rees. Tom Wright with the moves. Splash.
He's turned up in this match, hasn't he, Tom Wright?
Yo, Tom Wright is a problem. He is cooking.
Tom Wright, the #3 ranked 3x3 player in the country, and he has put the backpack on.
This is a perfect example of a guy who he wouldn't be able to play in the NBL.
No.
But he's a star in this 3x3 competition and could easily be picked to put on that green and gold and have a chance to represent for his country in the Olympics. How amazing is that? That's why I love this platform, this 3x3 hustle.
Well, there's the #1 ranked player in the country, Andrew Steele. Can't make that one count. Renopoulos wanted to let it fire. And a good defensive play from Tim Conrad sends that one out of bounds. All right, 6-point game. We're about halfway through this thing as far as the clock. Corey, you see anything from Townsville to suggest they're going to make a comeback in this one?
No, I don't. I think there is too much pressure on one man. and his other teammates aren't able to produce offensively. And ones won't get it done against this Spectres athletic team.
I agree. In the quarterfinal, Tim Keating, he got hot from outside the arc, and he was knocking down 2-pointers. So you put that, or have a guy that can shoot outside. The pressure that took off Tim Conrad. All of a sudden, they're on Tim Conrad. Bang, hit Keating, he hits the shots. It's not happening now, though.
Well, this Townsville Reading Cinemas team is, there's Conrad with the, putting the moves on, cleaning up his own mess. They broke this tournament apart right off the bat at the start of the pool play when they beat Stateside Sports. And Tim Conrad hit the game winner, and it sent shockwaves through the entire event. They busted the bracket, and that's why I'm fascinated to see them in the final if they can get there, to go back up against that team. They've shown that they can beat them. But right now, they have a mountain to climb to get there, and Tom Wright's making it even steeper.
Tom Wright is destroying Townsville's Reading Cinemas team.
It's a good move from Conrad. Chance to get to the stripe and cut into this margin with the clock stopped. Starts to become something to consider now that we're below 5 minutes.
Tom Wright is doing whatever he wants out there. Until someone stops him, they don't have a chance. Oh my goodness, he's open again.
Well, won't it be fun to see him go up against Jeremy Kendall at the guard spot in the final if they get there?
Listen. He don't want none of that smoke. He don't want none of that smoke.
Well,
he's looking good, though.
He's looking good right here. He's killing Tim Keating.
This is light work. But guess what? We're going to see that
He's out here doing work.
He is number 3. He is number 3 in Australia.
Sure is.
But Tim Keating and Too Easy are 2 different people.
Oh, Conrad, what a split. And finishes at the rim. And
he didn't quite clear it.
Oh, my. Wow. The official with the party pooping move. Didn't clear it. Well, we can just quite catch it on the replay. It was a great move, a top finish, but it didn't count. Townsville Reading Cinemas down 7. Oh, nice split. Play. Nice early slip, sorry, from Conrad. Steele. Can't knock it in from range. They've got to go back to Conrad. They do. Oh, out of bounds. Loses the handle. There's still time.
It's only a 3-possession game. There's still time. I just don't feel momentum favors Townsville Reading Cinemas.
Oh, nice little roll to the rim. John Cook can't finish. And it just keeps the door ajar. Here's Conrad. Wait for the turnaround. No, he finds Keating. They need that, and they get it. Tim Keating cuts it to 4.
Way to have faith in your teammate, Conrad.
Here's Tom Wright, one-on-one ISO with Matt Reese. Gets his own board. And the Spectres keep it. It was a big play.
Oh, my goodness.
Another offensive board, but Towns will get it back. Keating again. Oh, my goodness.
We got a ball game.
I told you.
Timeout. Timeout, Nunawading. And this is a 2-point game because Tim Keating, who you just slightly dissed a couple of moments ago, Corey, has caught fire.
It almost seems anytime I diss somebody, they respond, huh?
He has come good like the Perth Wildcats.
Where were you when I was playing tennis?
Tim Keating, the 3x3 pro. This man built up a solid business up north. Gym Foods Australia sold that thing so he could travel the world and play pro 3x3. Has played in Japan and elsewhere. And boy, has caught fire late in semi-final number 2.
This is how you have to show up this time of the day.
Money on the line. It's time to play.
Reese has done a good job staying in front of Tom Wright. That's twice in a row. But again, Spectres Eye Athletic and the hustle. Tim Keating has it. Conrad, he had a look at it. Tries his luck. Oh, good.
Plenty of time left. It's just a one-possession game. Heat.
Oh, John Cook. Jeez. Looked like a giraffe on roller skates there for a moment.
Shot clock violation. Shot clock violation. Good defense.
All right, Townsville Reading Cinemas get it back. I'm feeling Townsville right now. I think they're going to take this one out. Momentum all their way. Keating. He feels unstoppable right now. Wants to toe the arc. Oh, this has been a clunky offensive set. Ball goes back to the Spectres. They need to enforce the Larry Bird rule right now, Townsville. That ball has to go through Tim Conrad's hands every possession.
I'm with you. It's money time. Oh, yeah, that's a layup.
Chronopoulos raises the eyebrows, getting Reese off the floor, and extends the margin to 3. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
My goodness.
Matthew Rees with the turnaround. Ill-advised from our perspective, but makes it count.
Hey, you know what?
All right, here goes Conrad. One possession game. Keating wants to let it fly. Rees, mouse in the house. Oh, he fades away. Boy, get the ball to Tim Conrad.
You can see fatigue is now a factor. He took 2 jump shots when there was a mismatch.
Foul coming there from Conrad. And that's their 6th foul. Next one, they give up, Townsville Reading Cinemas, and Spectres Eye Athletic will go to the stripe for 2, which will be really costly. Can't afford to foul. We need a stop here.
Oh, what are you doing? Woo, you just got lucky. Uh-oh.
Wright lines it up again, and oh, wow, they dodge another bullet, Townsville.
He's just started missing a few shots, hasn't he, Tom Wright?
He has, and here goes Conrad. Step back. Oh, front rims it. Chronopoulos, great take. Great take. Conrad, the fatigue. Reese lines one up. That would be big. Can't hit it. 40 seconds to go, down 3. Spectres Eye Athletic almost into the final. John Cook lets it fly. Ooh, front rims it. Oh. Conrad keeps it in, finds Chewed Hope. They need that. Can't get it. Conrad is gasping for air down low. Fade away, short. This thing is about done. Cook misses. We're into the final 10 seconds.
Well, they need a 2 and a stop and a 2. Or a 1. Something.
They need a couple of stops and a couple of buckets, and I don't think there's enough time to get it done.
That's got to go straight up.
Conrad lets it fly. No good. The clock winds down. Referee gets involved. 0.1 on the clock, but fellas, that will about do it. Spectres Eye Athletic, hold on. They remain undefeated and advance to the final as they beat Townsville Reading Cinemas 17-14 in semi-final number 2.
Well, that was a well-deserved win. Townsville Reading Cinemas fought back, but it was too little too late because the Spectres set the tempo early. They built enough of a lead to where even when they slowed down and couldn't get buckets, it was still enough to get it done.
Well, let's check out the match highlights brought to you by Swinburne University. We'll bring them up in a moment. Let's as we bring them up here they are, thanks to Swinburne. Let's just touch on quickly Townsville. And obviously they relied heavily on that man, Tim Conrad, but boy, didn't Tim Keating, the number 7th ranked 3x3 player in the country, turn up.
He sure did. He sure did. He showed up late in it. Better late than never, but it just wasn't enough to get his team across the line. As Tom Wright was there all game and set the tempo early with those big shots he was taking and making.
Well, that wraps up the semi-finals. Stick with us. The men's final and the women's final coming up here from the picturesque Geelong waterfront, thanks to Visit Victoria.
Well, if you know me, you would know there's no way I would be in Geelong without going to the Cattery. Apparently, there's some players on the Cats team that can hoop. I want to go see it for myself. Let's check it out. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, made it to town.
What's going on,
Hey, brother.
How's
Going
everything?
well? Very good.
All is well? What's up, fellas?
Welcome to Geelong.
Let's just do it. I don't know if I'm gonna make too many shots. It's been a while.
We'll see.
But I don't think I'm going down on no footy players. Oh, you just rebounded.
Sorry.
One take. Leave it to the pros. Listen, guys.
Thanks for coming
Appreciate shooting with you guys, man. Good luck, and I will see you guys in April.
Appreciate that.
No doubt.
Good luck.
They showing up. 3x3 hustle. Hustle or be hustle.
Well, welcome back to Geelong. We've got Geelong Cats superstar Joel Selwood. And Joel, Corey said he wasn't going to go down to no footy players, but it looked to me like you guys gave him some buckets.
No, we caught him when he was a little bit cold, but definitely wasn't me. Tom Stewart can play a little bit of basketball. I was just there for a little bit of chat that day and to meet Corey himself.
So, Joel, man, what do you think about this atmosphere here?
Oh, it's been awesome. I mean, really appreciate you guys bringing it to Geelong, but you know, I just watched our Super Cats side, and they took it up to a couple of the good players in the NBL. So really enjoyed just seeing a few of those boys out here. You know, we're very lucky that we get to have it down here.
Yeah, well, so you're looking forward to seeing the championship?
I am, yep. First the girls, then we'll hang around for the guys. So thanks again.
Well, thanks for coming out and supporting the 3x3. We are ready for the women's final, Peninsula Bobcats versus the Melbourne Boomers.
All right, ladies and welcome your Melbourne Boomers, led by Kalani Purcell, Taylor Jones, and Chelsea D'Angelo. They'll be taking on the Peninsula Bobcats, led by Amelia Todd Hunter, Carly Smith, Renee Bailey, and Bianca Doublemeyer.
Well, there we go. Melbourne Boomers versus the Peninsula Bobcats. And boy, wasn't it a boil over when the Boomers fought back from behind to knock off Spectres Eye Athletic in the semi-final. Here's their lineup: Kalani Purcell, Taylor Jones, and Chelsea D'Angelo. Chelsea D'Angelo was money in the semi-finals. And Kalani Purcell, she is a problem down low.
She definitely is. You know, so strong, so much experience, and that's great value that she brings to this team. My biggest concern here for the Boomers, for the Bobcats, sorry, is they've only got 3 players. Oh no, Melbourne Boomers, sorry, they've got the 3 players. It's fatigue. We're going to see how that sets in against a very fast-paced Bobcats team.
Well, here is the Bobcats lineup. Amelia Todd Hunter, Carly Smith, ranked number 4 in the country for 3x3, and Arnely Maley, daughter of NBL champion Paul Maley. Now, the one that's not on there is Bianca Doublemeyer, and she's number 4, daughter of Tad Doublemeyer. You might remember him from the Canberra Cannons and his championship win during the 90s, maybe the 80s. It's going back a little ways, but we are underway in the women's final. The Bobcats versus the Boomers. Here's Todd Hunter, took a scratch to the eye in the semi-final. Todd Hunter, here's Maley, can't finish. And D'Angelo can't finish either, so a couple of misses in the early going. That's a great take from Todd Hunter, and I love that matchup, Todd Hunter on Chelsea D'Angelo.
It's a good left-hand finish.
Here's D'Angelo looking to make a play again. Has the ability to keep her dribble alive. Turnover there. Maley with the seal down low. And she kisses it off the glass.
Too strong down low there. Too
strong. Got the ball in the right position. Finished over the top.
It's Taylor Jones out of the Waratah League, and that's a turnover. Shot clock violation. 12 seconds to make a play, and they fell asleep.
Indeed they did, and this team, intensity is up on defense, so you have to be able to match that intensity to even get a shot up.
There's Doublemeyer. They left her open. Not a wise play. Can shoot it. Carly Smith finishes underneath. Taylor Jones looking to go to work in the block. Nothing doing.
That is great there by Todd Hunter, showing that a scratch card. She's not ready to back away anytime soon.
Doublemeyer, she's confident. They're giving her space. She's letting it fly. Hasn't been able to find her rhythm. D'Angelo trying to make something out of nothing and comes up with nada.
The Bobcats seem to be trying to just shoot from the outside. You know, they've got that sub. Melbourne don't. I really want to see them attack the basket and make Melbourne work. Tire them out early, and then from there, just take it at them and get those points on the board.
I think both teams are struggling with their spacing at the moment. Here's Maley letting it fly. And as a result, there's not much rhythm or fluidity to anybody's offense right now.
This game is just ugly, completely ugly, and no one's hitting shots. So I think they need to get the ball around a little bit, maybe run a nice pick and roll play, a couple of plays.
Purcell can't hit the fadeaway. Puts it on the deck. Fires Jones. She's open. Bang.
There we go.
It's a 1-point game. Duffelmeyer open again. And still can't make the pay. Maley with the hustle play underneath. Carly Smith, she's too big. Finish. And the Boomers, they dodge a bullet. Here's Todd Hunter. Finds Duffelmeyer. And he rolls it in.
I want to see more of that from Duffelmeyer, and then they D up and then go round.
That penetrate pitch action is nice when they get their spacing right. Both teams just starting to do a little bit of that now. Purcell, so strong underneath, she gets to the foul line.
Taking advantage of that mismatch underneath.
I reckon she'd have you covered down low.
She probably could, until I fouled her a couple of times. No, she's tough. She really is tough.
Yeah.
And she's playing through a lot of physical play. Not complaining, but playing harder. Gotta respect that.
Oh, good hit from Maley. She knocks one down off the dribble. Bobcats out by 2. I've been on the Bobcats, Corey, the whole way.
Yeah, you have been.
Not only Maley's, for me, she's the difference maker. Todd Hunter, she's tough. Carly Smith. I think
she got
Maley gives you the X factor.
Oh, Annalie Maley's the real deal. She just got fouled on a buzzer beating one-step 3-point attempt.
Not a good foul.
Not a good foul at all.
D'Angelo, just 19 years of age, D'Angelo. Member of the GEM squad. FIBA Under-19 World Cup. Played for Melbourne Boomers, WNBL. Spectres, NBL 1. I like what she's bringing to the team. And I love what Maley's getting done.
I am a fan.
Angela, again. Wow.
This is the final, everyone. Let's hear every goal.
It's tough off the dribble. Wow, look. The strength of Maley. Couldn't finish, but Smith right on the spot. D'Angelo just putting the backpack on for the Boomers in Monique Conti's absence.
Oh, this is going up.
Maley.
Oh,
back.
my goodness.
Wow, it is a coming out
My goodness. If you don't know about her now, before, you know about her now. Oh, this is going up again.
Goes to the right, rips it through, and can't score. But she is in destruction mode right now.
I just love her aggression.
D'Angelo, she's going back and forth.
And what I love, we've got 2 young, up-and-coming Australian players showcasing how talented they are. I really cannot wait to see them, and I hope I see them on an international stage in this 3-on-3 format.
They're just so good to see Annalie Maley enjoying her hoops. Again, we mentioned in the semi-final, transferred from Oregon to TCU, and now she's back in Australia, and she's making claims for getting back into the WNBL. She needs to get snapped up tomorrow for next WNBL season.
Somebody's picking her up 100%.
If not off her NBL 1, you know, start to the season, off this.
100%. But the question is who? I mean, if you're sleeping on Maley, you're going to miss out on a top signing. Because her arrow is pointing right up. 10-7. She has helped her team gain a 3-point lead as the sun just starts to set across Eastern Beach here at the Geelong waterfront. What a beautiful location. Thanks to Visit Victoria for having us here. Purcell late on the shot clock. Ooh, no.
Good
Can't make
defense.
it count. Offensive rebound from Jones. They get it back. She lines one up, and that's left. They get it back again. D'Angelo. couple of bites of the cherry, Corey.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Good pass.
Maley, offensive board, and she
My goodness!
Oh, wow, D'Angelo goes right back at her, and she gets double for her money.
These two are just going at it. I love it.
What a display from Maley and D'Angelo. Dukelmeyer does the party. 12-9 Bobcats. Taylor Jones can't finish on the scoop, and Maley wants to go one-on-one. She lets it fly.
I love the fact she has no conscience.
None.
Kill mode.
Ooh, good stick there from Kalani Purcell. And that keeps things interesting. One possession game, 12-10 Bobcats. Maley, she is just going to work. Love her aggressiveness as she pounds away. Can't believe she didn't get the call. 3 minutes and 12 to go. Bobcats up 2. This is the women's final of Pro Hustle 2. The crowd gets up and about. D'Angelo spinning. Can't score. Dukelmeyer winds up from Steph Curry range, and she needs to step a little closer. This is when fatigue starts to kick in.
It does.
As you say, Montana, especially for the Boomers.
Yeah, having 3 players playing such a physical game, talking to the players, that's the biggest thing they've said, that physicality, it takes so much more energy out of you, and having 3 players, Melbourne Boomers, it's a major factor. And fatigue, you're coming into that late, few minutes of the game, you don't make smart decisions. So they really need to slow it down and play their game.
Purcell makes it a 1-point game, sorry. Shout out to Monique Conti, no doubt watching on Western Bulldogs, best and fairest. Watching her teammates, oh, Maley powers up, draws the foul, and she's going to the strike.
She's everywhere. She is absolutely everywhere.
Trust me when I say this, she's probably the hardest person to box out that I've ever played against. She's so physical, and like you said, she's everywhere. You don't know where she is.
Absolute rebounding machine. Shades of her old man out there as well, with just the aggressiveness that she plays with, the mailman. The North Melbourne Giants fans from way back when will be enjoying watching Maley go to work.
Wow. And she got it back.
Here's Todd Hunter. Carly Smith can't put a lid on it. Maley goes and gets it. Wow.
Oh man, relentless on both ends of the court.
This has been quite a performance. Now, don't forget Chelsea D'Angelo, who has been huge for the Boomers on the other side. But finally, Maley has turned this final into a personal showcase.
Yes, she has. And I'm on board. Team Maley, I am on board.
She got an agent?
Does she have an agent?
I don't know, you have to ask her.
I will ask her after the game.
You're branching out? You're branching out?
Just with the one player.
I might know some people.
You got Jeremy Kane. I think he's got You got Jeremy Kane?
No, I don't have Jeremy. Might know some people.
Well, we are inside 2 minutes, 3-point game, the Peninsula Bobcats. They took a loss to the Boomers in the pool play, the Bobcats. They have come out here, and on the back of some extraordinary play from Arnold Maley, have put themselves in a winning position. Now, of course, this is the type of situation the Boomers were in the semi-finals. They were down 14-10 against Spectres Athletic, and they went on a 7-1 scoring run to close it out in advance.
The Bobcats are not losing this game, and I'm going to tell you why.
Uh-oh. That's the kiss of
the
death
young
right there.
woman with the ball.
Uh-huh.
I make plays happen. I make plays happen.
That's what she's doing, Annalie Maley. Every which way you want it.
She's controlling the whole game. And she's going to get another bucket again. Not satisfied. The floor is spread, she's going to work.
Oh, this is too easy right here.
Too easy. Oh, you got to finish that. You got to finish that.
Corey was up out of his seat right in that one.
Can't nobody guard her. One-on-one, she's a problem. Rip through, strength.
How do you think a matchup between Annalie Maley and Beck Cole?
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That would be fun to watch. We're going to see that in the NBL 1 this season. And Diamond Valley, actually, they matched up recently.
I want to see
that.
double-double.
I want to see that in a 3-on-3.
Yeah. It's a good call because they don't specifically match up in the 5-on-5 format. But here, switch everything, and you know Beck Cole will put her hand up and someone shut you down.
Listen, we're going to put respect on I am number one's name. She's number one for a reason. I noticed the new kid on the block, and I'm on her team. But I am number one. It's number one for a reason.
Well, you know who is in the house right now is 3x3 development coach for Australia, Damon Lowry, who we spoke to in the last game. And I'm not sure what's going on with Maley and that national squad, but he would be taking great interest in watching her go to work as the Bobcats score again.
Great ball movement there.
And they are up 6. And that was just pure, beautiful 3x3 basketball with the ball popping from hand to hand.
Ooh.
Big bucket, and one.
Big move. Strength and good finish. They're going at it.
And needed that from the Kiwi International. Played at BYU in Utah. This thing to 4. A minute and change remaining. That's where the margin the Boomers came back from. Ooh, geez, that could have been on Maley.
Tell you something, jersey. Maley is no joke.
Hey, you got to get it done somehow. So a little bit of...
Get out my way, Liam.
Well, it actually should have been a foul on her, but I like it. I like it nonetheless, and you've just stretched my t-shirt. Maley, oh wow. None hit there. Todd Hunter. And Purcell clears it. All right, they need a bucket here if they're make something of this final minute. And good take.
Good
finish. 3-point game. 40 seconds to go. 12-second shot clock. Don't forget. Oh, physicality is high. Maley right through it. Can't finish. And jump ball called. Who gets it? Who gets it? Is the official repping in sunglasses?
I love the official style.
Is that happening?
That's how, listen, it's 3x3 hustle.
Both of them are. Wow.
I'm loving the work of the official.
30 seconds to go. 3 points in it. D'Angelo. They need to let it fly from long range. Here's Maley. By far the player of the game. The player of the tournament.
Definitely player of the tournament.
She's just come today and just flat out dominate the performance. This is what you call kill the competition. Killing the competition. That's what Annalie Maley did today.
Shout out to the Peninsula Bobcats as a club. This is a club that, with all their junior associations, they've made 3x3 a legit pathway, and Annalie Maley put the cherry. Oh, D'Angelo sticks the 3-ball, but that'll do it as the Peninsula Bobcats claim the title at Pro Hustle 2 here on the Geelong waterfront on the back of an incredible championship-winning performance from Annalie Maley.
She is the real deal, Liam.
The Boomers go down 18-16. they can hold their head up high. But the Bobcats with Duffelmeyer, Smith, Todd Hunter, and in particular, Arnold Maley take out the title.
Listen, great team performance. You know, you can never do anything alone. But she led from the front on offense and defense. She set the tone early, from start to finish. She's the real deal.
She really is. There go the Melbourne Boomers. They win 1.5 round as a squad. They walk off with their heads held high. But winners are grinners. And the Bobcats standing by right now with our girl Montana Parasitas.
I'm here with the Peninsula Bobcats, the winners of our Geelong Pro Hustle 2. How does it feel, guys?
Oh, feels pretty bloody good.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Awesome. Now, Annalie, what a dominant performance. Having played with you, I know that you are such a physical player, so this suits you perfectly. Congrats, guys. Enjoy.
Well, there they are, the champs. There they are, the Peninsula Bobcats. They came in as the 5th seed. Corey, they finished 5th in Melbourne. They took an L to the Boomers earlier in the tournament, but here are the match highlights brought by Swinburne University when the going got tough. Arnold Maley and the Bobcats got going.
Oh, yes, they did. She did everything she needed to do. Again, I can't say it enough. Whatever you needed her to do, she did it. It was a valiant effort by the Melbourne Boomers and Chelsea D'Angelo. But, you know, they just came up short because of Annalie Maley.
Wow, she is the name on everybody's lips here at Geelong, but stick with us. After the break, Stateside Sports will go up against Spectres Athletic in the men's final. They lost in the final in Melbourne. They are out for revenge. Men's final coming up next. Geelong. They are the winners of the women, the Peninsula Bobcats. How beautiful is the Geelong waterfront? Thanks to Visit Victoria, and we are ready for the men's final. Stateside Sports versus the number 3 seed, Spectres Athletic.
I would love an apartment right there.
Led by Peter Crawford, Lucas Walker, Harry Froling, and Jeremy Kendall. They'll be taking on Spectres Athletic, led by Andrew Steele, Tom White, John Cook, and Kostas Ranapalou.
Okay, Stateside Sports in the orange, Spectres Athletic in the black. Now, let's talk about Spectres Athletic first, boys. They have 2 of the top 3 ranked players in the nation. Well, no, hold that thought. We're going to Stateside Sports first. Get back to Spectres Athletic, but look at this lineup. Crawford, Walker, Froling, Kendall, all NBL experienced players. Froling headed to the NBA draft in a couple of months' time. Corey, can they be beat after taking that L last time out? Surely their motivation is at an elite level right now.
Jeremy Kendall will not be denied this money, nor the rest of his team. They cannot be beat.
You said that last week. You said that
true.
at Pro 1.
That's true, but I believe they've learned their lesson from the upset. So I'm going with Stateside Sports to get it done.
All right, Sam, talk to me. Let's hit Spectres Athletic. Andrew Steele, Tom Wright, 1 and 3 in the nation respectively. John Kostas Ranopoulos. They do not have the names in the name recognition that Stateside Sports have, but they have a whole bunch of experience and grunt.
Well, 3x3 specialists, aren't they, when you think about it? The number 1 and the number 3 ranked players in Australia. I know Andrew Steele is number 1, but they need Tom Wright to perform to win this final. He's going to have to put them on his back and carry them, because he was the player that got them through that semi-final, and if they are any chance of beating the big names of Stateside Sports, they need Tom Wright to be exactly that, all right.
100%, and I'm going to tell you why. Too Easy he has to defend. He better bring that energy, because Too Easy's bringing it. You know it, I know it, and you know it.
We are underway. Lucas Walker finds that man Too Easy. Wow. With the huge block. I can't believe they called a foul there. We have seen a lot less go unwhistled. Look at Harry Froling. He knows it. Just got blocked hard. Look at this. Right with a whole, a little bit on the arm, but boy, oh boy. Generous call from the officials. Ball don't lie. Here is that man Corey was talking about. Oh, wow, keeps the handle. No, Steele gets it. A lot on the line here. A whole bunch of cash. Steele, wow, it gets scoring underway from long range. But don't forget, boys, the winner of this flights, they get the $4,500 bucks, of course, but also flights and entry into the Penang Challenger in May in Malaysia. They'll go and represent Australia there, so plenty to play for. Kendall, oh man, he's tough on that left hand, right hand, whatever you want. Froling with the putback, and it's a 1-point game.
If you tell me there's not a few nerves to this Stateside Sports team with all the pressure, the same as the first stop in this tour in the final, then I'll tell you you've got to be joking, because they've missed a couple of shots, lost the handle on a couple. We haven't seen that from them today.
Well, I feel like they handled that pressure pretty well in their semi-final matchup against Geelong, the grand final rematch from Melbourne.
They did. They handled that pressure very well.
Because they got down a bit.
They could have easily folded. Easily.
Walker trying to bully right. He is stronger than he looks, but waxy Walker sticks the fadeaway.
I mean, that was really good defense. That was just better offense.
There's a fair bit of bump and grind going on between Walker and Wright as Wright delivers the answer. Oh, Kendall dives up. Right, wow, gets it back to you with an extra one.
The thing is, there's no time to rest after a big play.
No, there is.
Just a 1 point. Okay, great pass, great dunk. Bang, 2 points straight away.
And there's that 3x3 experience that you talked about before this one tipped.
He was ready to go, wasn't he,
They
Tom
are ready
Wright?
to go. You don't have to take it out. Just clear that thing and let it fly. Rolling. That's the thing, though. You can have... Oh, it's a 3-second violation on Froling. They dodge a bullet there. The Spectres, and they lead 5-3.
It's the matchup I want.
That's tantalizing. Right on Kendall and Steele. Short on the deuce. Kendall tries his luck and whack, he finds the bottom of the net.
Did not look like it was going to miss.
Great take from, Hernopoulos finishes. Could have got an N1. Mouse in the house in the block. Froling wants it.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what you do.
You know, that was tough D. Hernopoulos, good follow up.
There you go.
From Froling, and he counts it, and we're tied up.
That's really good D. Tough shot.
Andrew Steele with the 2-pointer.
Nerves off.
Uh-oh.
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 Kendall.
Excuse me.
He's dancing with Tom Wright.
I do this. I do this. I do this. Let's go. 3x3 hustle. Let's go. I do this.
He certainly does. Jeremy Kendall. He puts Stateside Sports up by 1.
That's
Walker.
a layup.
Good finish.
Good left-hand finish.
Oh, sorry, it's tied up. Cook.
Oh!
Wow, missed an Easter bunny. Peter Crawford. Big hit.
It's a 3-point turnaround.
This thing is alive. Cook, he finishes that one. It's a 1-point game. The lights are on, the sun is setting. And Walker with the and 1.
And I'll tell you why that was a good shot that Kendall took, make a miss. Walker had the mismatch underneath and was in better position to get that offensive rebound, as we just saw, and he finished with the and 1.
Boy, when Jeremy Kendall starts dancing with that thing, and this crowd's just in the palm of his hand right now.
He is a problem.
I actually think he's going to be back in the NBL to start next season. We'll talk about that on NBL Overtime.
We can talk about that right now.
Here's Walker. Wright doesn't fall for it. Cook, and he finishes underneath. They needed that. It's a 2-point game. Stateside Sports with the lead. Remember, they want redemption.
And 1! Sign my man to the lead.
Bang! Andrew Steele with the answer. 1-point game. Kendall right back at it. This thing is lit.
Sign my man into the NBL.
Steele looked at it. He wanted it. He's got Cook.
Oh,
he
yeah, he's not
mishandles
ready.
it. Right, good hit. Textbook. Back to 2. We're going to get to 21.
PC.
Oh, my goodness. This ball game is something else. It's a 4-point lead to Stateside Sports as we go back and forth.
17 points already.
We've had 30 points total in just over 4 minutes.
This is action-packed.
Timeout called as everybody,
Deserved timeout,
including Sam Corley and Hunt, catch their breath. Wow, every time Jeremy Kendall and co have looked to blow this thing open, Andrew Steele has provided the answer. Kendall has been, as you say, for it, time and time again, a problem. But Andrew Steele, wow, he's been big at just keeping the Spectres in this thing.
I think the Melbourne Phoenix should sign Jeremy Kendall. Southeast Melbourne need to sign Jeremy Kendall
as their starting point guard.
As their starting point guard.
Good Lord, Corey's coming strong with the hot NBL take. Here's Froling in the block. Cook does enough to worry him out, but Froling stays with it.
Too big, too strong.
And it's a 5-point game, and Stateside Sports are closing in on the title. Wright draws the foul, stops the clock. Clock's not even a thing right now, as you say, Sam. It's been a scoring barrage in the opening few minutes of this men's final.
Might as well turn the clock off. We're getting to 21 in the next 5 minutes, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, turn the clock off.
I love the basketball tournament. Here's Froling working off the Kendall screen.
Go get the ball.
Spectres churning up the defensive intensity. Crawford, no way. Froling cleans up the man. They are one bucket away. If they stick it from long range. She is right on Kendall. Floater, it's good. PC for the title. Wright's got it. Chronopoulos gets a look from range. Front rims it. Froling. He just wants to go by ones. Kendall can feel 21. That'll win it. Gave it a chance. Steele picks up his dribble. Offense dried up just a tiny bit the last few possessions. That was a bit of a prayer from Tom Wright. Wright need that. They get it back. It's a two-possession game.
I mean, right now, I think one team is looking for prayers. The other team is shooting too many twos at the moment. You get 2 ones.
Yeah, I think the anxiety of knowing Stateside are one hit away is impacting the Spectres. That's a good look for Steele. Oh, it went halfway down. Stateside Sports. Now Kendall gets to the rim. Counting. They are 1 point away from the title. Froling, 20-15. First to 21 wins it. Steele gets the deflection. Wright lines it up. Bang! That's down. 3-point game. Must get a stop. A score will finish it for Stateside Sports. Kendall wants to go to work in the block. Fade away, wide open. Shot.
What? No,
they cancelled it. I don't know what the call was. Kendall can't believe it. But the ball goes back to Spectres Eye Athletic. I'm not sure what happened, but he seemed to accept the explanation. They needed that. Froling clears it. He's going to get a look at the... Oh, big hit. Oh, uh-oh. Froling not happy. Could have almost picked up a tee there. Froling, as he took the big hit. Look at this hit from Chronopoulos. Excuse
That's a
me.
foul. You got to call that. And it's right in front of the ref.
No, I've got no fault on Chronopoulos though there. The game's on the line.
Fair enough.
They've got fouls to give too. So can't give you anything easy. Clock's still plenty of time on the clock. So the Spectres bodying up, making this final bucket a tough one. And a turnover. Oh, he called a foul on Tom Wright, as he cops an errant elbow or forearm from Harry Froling. Tech foul called on Tom Wright, I think. Not a great way to finish it. Here's that play, and they called a holding foul on Wright. And Kendall will step to the line off the Tech to ice this title. And that's it. The Stateside Sports get redemption. They lost the final in Pro Hustle 1, but they came back and they have taken it out here, beating Spectres Eye Athletic 21-17. Jeremy Kendall, Harry Froling, Lucas Walker, and Peter Crawford. They get the $4.5 grand. They win the entry and flight into the Penang Challenger in Malaysia, 11th and 12th of May, but most importantly, they get Pro Hustle glory and the respect that they lost in Melbourne. And our man Sam Groth is standing by with the whole group of them on the floor right now.
I certainly am, Liam. Our 3x3 Pro Hustle Tour #2 champions. Lucas, it must feel pretty good to get some redemption from Melbourne.
Yeah, it was good. 2 weeks ago, we took that loss pretty hard, man. Like, we're out here trying to play for money, so it was good to come and go one more further this weekend.
Certainly was. And PC, you knocked down some big shots there late in that one.
Yeah, so just doing what you do. So, no, this is exciting for us. You know, this takes us to a challenger now, which gets us one step closer to the World Tour, which is what us as a group are looking for. So, plus we won $4.5 grand. That always helps as well.
It's nice, isn't it? Well, and Harry, bit of pocket money for you before you head off to the US, mate. When are you off?
I leave tomorrow to Miami, so I'll fly out in the morning. So, good to get a bit of conditioning in here.
Perfect. Jeremy, congrats, mate. $4.5 grand, not bad?
Not bad, not bad. This is a lot of fun. Great environment. It doesn't get much better than this.
Well, congrats, guys. Well, you are the Pro Hustle 2 champs. Go and celebrate. Stateside Sports.
Well, winners are grinners, Corey. And the Stateside Sports, they got the win. Well earned over Spectres High Athletic.
Look, great performance by that team. Great comeback win last week, 2 weeks ago. They weren't able to do it. They came back and got it done. Jeremy Kendall, get that man in the NBL.
Well, next stop, we are going to Darwin, the 27th and the 28th of April. It is going to be huge.
Darwin, Australia. What a magical place to visit. The landscape was like nothing I've ever experienced before. We saw it from helicopter. We saw crocs. We were on a fan boat going through the swamp. And I got the fright of my life.
Never have happened. Also,
My God, I cannot wait to get back up there. The 3x3 is going to be magical. Darwin, Australia, Homicide will see you soon.
And everybody involved in the 3x3 Pro Hustle 1 and 2, we will see you in Darwin. Thanks to our sponsors, Wilson, CMS, First Ever, Audi Mobile, MSF Sports, Powerade, Swinburne University, and the greatest city of Geelong, without whom this event would never have happened. Also a big thanks to our event partner, Visit Victoria, for your support in bringing this event to Geelong. On behalf of Corey, myself, and our co-commentators, the whole hard-working crew, we will see you in Darwin.